You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois on Wednesday, June 16th, 2021 at around 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. Today we are playing the final mission, Mission 4 from Vienna Connection. I actually played Mission 3 last night on a live stream and was so taken by it that I couldn't wait to play Mission 4. So here we are. We're going to read the briefing. I do want to recap a little bit how we got to where we are and point out two things I found when I was going back over through the notes of previous missions. So on the first, from Mission 1, I kept very detailed notes. Mission 2, a little less. Mission 3, I didn't even bother. It was more straightforward, and also since it was yesterday, I remember most of it. But I do want to point out two things. First of all, I was looking up a little bit about the Three Musketeers, and it turns out Porthos is the name of one of the Musketeers, which I had not remembered. So Porthos, if you'll remember, is our Soviet, the person who's been passing us information. And in Mission 1, we got some information from him. He was mentioned first in one of the people who handed off information to us, said greetings from Porthos. And then we got a card. One of the code cards in the first mission said Porthos, Budapest, April. So I strongly suspect that the setting of this mission, of our final mission, is going to be meeting up with Porthos. I'm not sure, but I suspect. Okay, what was the other? Oh, so I was going through, the other thing I wanted to point out, I was going through our notes, my notes from Mission 1. If you'll remember, Mission 1, it was the CIA person had been tortured and killed. We were sent there to investigate it. We recovered some code cards and the message from Porthos. Code cards about arms caches that terrorists and the KGB had been trying to steal, trying to get control over. In Mission 2, there was an American CIA person who was arrested for the murder of someone, falsely accused. He didn't murder that person. That person was trying to pass him information, microfilm, assassinated by a Russian sparrow woman. He got blamed. We recovered most of the information. In Mission 3 that we played last night, what happened in Mission 3? It's last night and I can't remember. Mission 3, oh yes, Mission 3 was all about an attack. Weapons got delivered by the trader, the TRADER. Trader person was a common thread in all three missions, as was Porthos. But this trader had been arranging for sale of these weapons to terrorist groups, RAF and the Red Brigades. They had set up this truck bomb, it looks like, to blow up the U.S. mission in Berlin. We figured out who the traitor was and we stopped the truck bomb. We figured out that the traitor was George Spencer. This would be a good time to remind you that this is, of course, full of spoilers. If you intend to play this game, you shouldn't be watching this. Or if you haven't watched the first 3 playthroughs, you shouldn't be watching this. Okay, so we figured out the traitor was this journalist named George Spencer. It was very satisfying. But when I went through the notes from Mission 1, I noticed something. In my notes, I've got a note from George Spencer, who I didn't remember had been mentioned in Mission 1. And it was, and I want to read you. So here are the packets of files we looked at from Mission 1, 2, and 3. So if we go to mission 1, I made a note here about this file where he was mentioned. So I want to read you and remind you, assuming you watched mission 1, how George Spencer came up. It was one of the operation cards, if you'll remember. We did an operation to buy or to sell one of the code cards, a fake mission. We spread the word that we might have the cards if someone wanted to buy them, or that we might want to buy them. So here's the background. I'm going to read it to you here. Thanks to the cooperation of local agents, the SAD team has introduced false information to the market about the existence of a person who owns code cards for sale. 24 hours after releasing the information into circulation, Adam Launter from the CIA counterintelligence confirmed that the topic appeared in the KGB reports from Vienna. 48 hours after releasing the information into circulation, Stefan Blom informed us about a potential contact from his investigative journalist colleague, George Spencer. 52 hours after releasing the information into circulation, a buyer appeared and there was an attempt to make contact with Blom. The buyer is an FRG citizen. The buyer offers 15,000 FRG marks in cash. 72 hours after releasing the information, they set up a meet. They go to meet and do this trade. If you'll remember, we listened to the audio transcript as Stefan Blom, our operative, gets gunned down and killed. So if you remember, it was a long time ago that we played it. But basically, we got one of our CIA operatives killed trying to find information on these cards. And it was George Spencer, who was like the middleman journalist, who set it up. So it sort of makes sense. We know now that he was a trader in information, and he was sort of pitting these people against each other and setting up people to be killed. So it's quite fascinating that he was actually tied in to mission 1. All right, what else do we need to know before we start? Here's our map for this mission, our mission sheet, and it's quite unusual. In fact, let me put it here maybe so you can see it better. I don't know if you can see it better. So normally you've got white zone, blue zone, yellow zone, and red zone. Here, it's just pure red zone. It's in Budapest. That's where Porthos said we were going to meet in April, so that makes sense. But look, it's just 6 checkboxes in the red zone. No white, yellow, and blue. And furthermore, look at what's down here. Remember, every time we check a box, a red, that when these are filled out, or any other color, we would mark one of these. And it's clear the new mechanic in this mission is that every time we mark one of these, we're reading an extra file. So like the plot is going to advance as time ticks down to the end. So that's pretty cool. All right, shall we open up our assignment here and take a look at what we got for mission 4? If anyone's in the channel, now would be a good time to say hello. Let me know if the audio is coming through okay. Okay, so here's our code key for deciphering messages. The password, the key phrase is the end. Okay, let's just put that over here. We've got our cards we haven't seen yet in this deck. Cards from the previous 3 missions, which we're allowed to access here. You saw that I've arranged the files we've seen previously into 3 packets that we're allowed to go through these again. Hopefully we won't need to. And then I've got my notes from the first 2 missions. We'll put these out of the way. Here are the files that we're going to be accessing, and here's my notebook. I will note that we think we're going to be in Budapest, Hungary. That's over here. There's Vienna, there's Budapest and Hungary. All right, let's read this. Mission 4. Here's a message from the CIA. Attendees of the meeting, according to protocol. Patrick Davis, chief of the CIA's Soviet East European Division. Catherine Miller, head of the CIA Special Activities Division. Michael Glenn, head of the CIA Directorate of Operations. Langley, Virginia, CIA headquarters, April 3rd, 1977, 8 a.m. We have to assume that the Soviets know that someone from Moscow has tried to contact us. Wright knew about Werner's fifth card and knew what the SAD was working on in Prague. Fortunately, he wasn't able to get his hands on Jovanovic's microfilm, Miller explains. When precisely did we cut him off? He lost access on March 3rd. Where's the SAD now? The new chief of Soviet East European Division, Simon Keene, asks. The SAD have begun mission Lime Grasshopper. They're on their way to Budapest, where the Soviets are completing the construction of the Albatross bunkers system. The SAD has the Musketeers' password, which appeared on Jovanovic's microfilm. The Berlin delegation has arranged false identities for them as construction specialists from the GDR. The SAD's goal is to identify the Soviet agent who gave us the data. The microfilm suggests he's involved with construction of the Albatross bunkers, then locate him and extract him first to Western Europe, then to the US. Do we have anyone in Hungary who can help them? Glenn asks Davis. We don't have a permanent delegation in Hungary. There are a few people we can cooperate with, but... Davis is interrupted by the ringing of a phone. Glenn picks it up, listens for a moment, then hangs up. The Vienna delegation has just received an SOS from Budapest. It was transmitted by Leon Cortazzo. He gave the address of the safe house and asked for evacuation. He gave Wright's name as mission supervisor. Davis, what do you know about this? According to the documentation in Vienna, Cortazzo was fired in February. The order was signed by Wright. I have no idea what Cortazzo is doing in Budapest. Michael Glenn raises his voice and gets up from the table. Catherine, we must immediately communicate this to the SAD team and find out what Wright knows. I don't care how, just leave your more persuasive methods out of your report. That was April 3rd in the morning. Here's April 3rd in the evening. Cortazzo's safe house is in the suburbs of Budapest. It's a small two-story house with shabby brick walls standing behind a concrete wall. A light shines in one of the windows. You open the creaking chain-link gate and enter the yard when a dog starts barking in a neighborhood yard. You move to the door. Suddenly, you hear shots from inside. You open the door and enter with your gun drawn. You clear the hall and hear footsteps above you. Someone is moving upstairs. You approach the stairway as another shot rings out. You drop to the ground for cover and hear hurried footsteps which cease suddenly. You charge upstairs where you discover a man lying prone on the ground. 3 gunshot wounds are visible in his chest. It's Cortazzo. Blood pools out from the body in a red oval, growing larger with every second. The window is wide open. No one is visible outside. You walk back to Cortazzo. His eyes are open, his face frozen in a grimace of shock and pain. You hear the sound of sirens outside. Next to the bed is a brown leather briefcase. You take it and rush from the house and head towards the CIA safe house. Okay, before we turn over and look at the setup, let me just point out some stuff to remind you. So, we have to assume that the Soviets know that someone from Moscow has tried to contact us. They're talking about Porthos, who was trying to contact us and has been feeding us information. It says Wright knew about Werner's fifth card and knew that the SAD was working in Prague. Fortunately, he wasn't able to get his hands on Jovanovic's microfilm. So Evan Wright was the chief of station in Vienna, and he was a double agent. He was feeding the KGB information. We uncovered him in mission 2 or 3. I think 3. No, 2. I think we caught him in mission 2. So anyway, but he's obviously told them what he knew by the time he was caught. So she's asking, when did we cut him off? He lost access on March 3rd. So everything we were doing before March 3rd, he was feeding to the KGB. Okay. Now, the SAD team, that's us, are on their way to Budapest. We've got some passwords and we've got some key phrases that we wrote down in our journal that are from the Three Musketeers. We don't know how we're going to use those, but we've written them down. All right, it's telling us our goal here. The SAD's goal is to identify the Soviet agent who gave us the data. This is the person codenamed Porthos. It says, microfilm suggests he's involved with construction of the Albatross bunkers. Okay, so we learned in Mission 2 that the Albatross bunkers are these buildings that the Soviets are putting up across Czechoslovakia, Eastern Europe, that are collecting data, spying, and allowing the Soviets and the Eastern Bloc to have this network of computer espionage, computer spying and eavesdropping and stuff. That's the SOUD system. So the Albatross bunkers were part of the SOUD system that Porthos leaked to the newspapers and leaked to us. That's a massive computer-based spying system. And then she's talking about there was this SOS from this guy Cortazzo, who worked for Wright, who was the traitor. Now, that may have been the guy who got fired for not protecting our guy in Mission 1. I'm not sure. It doesn't look like it's that relevant since he's dead. So he sent an SOS. We rushed over there. Someone rushed in and killed him. But we got this briefcase. And what did he say at SOS? He's asked for evacuation. William Cortazzo. Does he say he had information? Or is it just that he's in Budapest that makes him interesting to us? He gave Wright's name as mission supervisor. We don't know why he's in Budapest. Okay. So he was fired in February. So why is he still in this network? Okay, and I see now, if someone was on the chat, they would have told me, but I see that the overlay on the front camera is on. So I'm going to pause here. I'm going to switch back here. Take a tiny minute break. And I will change that overlay. All right, sorry about that. So for the first 20 minutes or so, there's an overlay on the front camera. Can't be helped. Can't be helped. Okay. All right, let's flip it over and see what our instructions are. The mission takes place in Budapest. The city is under control and influence of the USSR. Each card in the mission is labeled with red zone. The SAD team executes the mission on the enemy's territory. So everything here is in red zone. We're in Budapest. That's a little scary. mission setup. An operational SAD team of several people, including intelligence officers and supporting agents, we're part of the SAD team, has been delegated to execute the mission. Team's codename Hound. Direct supervisor Catherine Miller, codename Wasp. That she's been supervising us the whole time. Okay, we start out with 3 money in the pool. All right. Take the set of local agents, which we got out of our thing here. Add their corresponding tokens. So we've got Laszlo Bella, the police station in Budapest. He adds a local police thing. We add Bianca Zolt. She adds a journalist drinking thing. She's an editor in Delma Gagyorazag, maybe some Hungarian newspaper. And Jan Walski, technical worker for the Albatross system. Oh, that sounds like we've got an inside guy. Okay, so he adds a foreign intelligence type resource token. Okay, so those are our operatives. We won't need them for now unless we need to go on a mission which might get them killed. Take the set of operations for mission Lime Grasshopper and add them to the pool. Okay, so here are the missions we can conduct. Oh boy, that's interesting. All right, let's look at these. So these are operations we can perform during the course of this mission. Operation Ornithologist. Get information on the function of the Albatross bunkers and on the Soviet engineers working in Budapest. Costs 1 resource. We can use any one we want. So ornithologist, a bird person. Albatross is a bird. Okay, so presumably maybe we would call in this guy's help. Get information on the function of the Albatross. Okay. And on the engineers working in Budapest. All right, if we do this operation, we flip this over and see what happens. Maybe I'll show them to you this way. Oops. Okay, so that's that operation we could conduct. We don't know what will happen, we flip it over. Here's the next one. Operation Release the Information. Type propaganda. Goal, fund the operation and help bring the representatives of free media from Western Europe to Budapest. Cost 2. One has to be a journalist. Bottle of whiskey. All right. Help bring the representative free media from Western Europe to Budapest. So spread the word about these spying things. Okay, now look at this one, though. Operation Race. Type diversion. The goal is free the arrested members of the opposition. It costs 2, one of which has to be the local police type thing. But look what it says. The rule is operation available only after reading file 444, and this cancels the effect of 445, 446, or 447. Those are the special ones. So these are all going to be bad things. And this can cancel one of them. That is troublesome. That's nerve-wracking. All right. I think we're going to need to do that. So like I'm going to put this aside and maybe these two. I'm going to put these here. Like let's save them for this. In fact, maybe we'll just put them like that. Like just the way that sounded like that was going to be bad. That these are going to be bad. We're going to need these to help us. All right. As far as the other two, I don't know. I'm more inclined to get information. It only costs 1 resource of anything else. Okay. We'll worry about those later. Let's look at our goal of the mission. Discover the identities of Porthos and the other musketeers. Interesting. So it sounds like it's saying there's 2 more musketeers. I think we thought in mission 3 that the musketeers were higher up politicians feeding us information, but now I'm starting to think he might be talking about 3 defectors, 3 three sources of information leaking out of the Soviet control, and Porthos is just one of them. Okay. Discover the identities of Porthos and the other musketeers. Mark the location from which the CIA must evacuate Porthos. So we've got to get him out. And then we've got two leads. Analyze the documents from Cortazzo's folder in his briefcase. Inform the CIA about Cortazzo's death and request new orders. All right, well, we're off to the races. Let's write down our two leads. Okay, so mission 4 intro. What I've started doing is using blue for leads to make it easier. When we write down leads, we frequently are skimming through here looking for leads we haven't done. So I'm going to use some standard notation when we get leads. So we've got 401 red. The game seems to say they're all going to be red. And this is analyze Cortazzo's files. And 402 red is inform CIA about Cortazzo death. Okay, the only thing we know about Cortazzo is that he was fired and yet he was still in Budapest. So that suggests maybe he was working for KGB Eastern Bloc and he was ready to try to come back over and give us information. Or he was fired and was trying to redeem his reputation by studying stuff on his own. All right, it looks like that's it. Just these two leads. We got to do one of them. So obviously, we should go look at that briefcase. You just jump in the chat if you've got some different ideas. But otherwise, I'm going to look at his briefcase. 401 red. Let's see what we've got here. Here's 401. So we did 401 red. It's got an exposure 1, so we're going to mark our first exposure 1 here. And let's take a look. Maria Street, 19 Budapest, SAD's safe house. Cortazzo's leather briefcase is on the table. Inside are Sazaukin's Soviet files, a few photos, a map of Hungary, a map of Budapest with some points and lines drawn on it, as well as a notebook and the March 30th issue of the newspaper Magyar Hírlap. The notebook contains Cortazzo's ciphered handwritten notes. You take a pen, a piece of paper, and start deciphering. Behind the window, you hear police sirens and shouts. Another arrest. Wow, okay, so there's a lot of stuff, and we're supposed to flip this over and get more. Who is Suzukin? It says Suzukin's Soviet files, as if we're supposed to know who that is. 401, I'm going to write down. Zauskins. Inside are Zauskin's Soviet files. Let's look at make sure we're paying attention to our errata. I don't see anything here, but let's keep our eyes open for 406, 417, and 999. All right, so we're doing our normal thing. If you remember, some of these cards have quizzes on the back that make you remember stuff. We take the way I play it is I peek and see if it does. And if it does, then I try to study this and remember it. All right, it doesn't, so we're just going to flip this over and read this. All right, it's some photos, and it says 3 new leads. Discover the identity of the man in the photo at the Technical University of Budapest. Check newspapers and journals from the last few days for any other relevant classified ads. Analyze Cortazzo's maps. Okay, well, let's see. All right, well, I guess we write these down. We've got a decipher. Well, let's do it in turn, I guess. So first we've got a decipher. All right, let's see if we can figure that out. It's a numerical decipher, and it goes 1, 2, 20, 40, X. I mean, it looks pretty straightforward. It looks like we are maybe adding 1 and then multiplying by 10. No, that doesn't work. Sorry, doubling. Doubling 1 to 2, multiplying by 10, then doubling 20 to 40. And if we multiplied by 10, we would get 400, which absolutely makes sense in terms of a card number. You think it's a card number or a file number, though, because the rest of these are all file numbers. And normally it has a little number when it wants a card or a file symbol if it wants a file. All right, we'll get to that in a second. Let me write some more. And I shouldn't have been using blue for this because that's supposed to be for leads, but okay. So we've got some files that this gave us access to. We think maybe 400. Oh, there it is. Sorry. I read it wrong. There's the X. The X we solve here is file X. Okay. So file 400, 401, 402, and 403. All right. And now card 401B has photo. So let's see, what does that look like? It says identify the man in the photo. So it's just a photo of 2 men. Maybe one of them's us. All right, let's write down our leads here. Our new leads are 410 red. Let's identify man in photo. It says at Budapest University. Okay. Then we've got a 418 red, which is check newspapers for any other relevant classified ads. Or maybe we're going to find a classified ads. Maybe we should do these in turn. All right, before I continue with the leads, let's do these in its order. So let's get these files out. 400 through 403. So here's our files. Guess we don't need this anymore. 400 to 403. Look at all these files that were stuff we never saw from the first 3 missions. It's a very interesting mechanic. So let's put that in there and put these on top. Oops. All right, let's see what was in this briefcase. Here's his notebook. March 30th, weird announcement in Magyar Hairlap's local section. Looks like a suggestion to meet in Fovum Park. Potential threat, KGB provocation. March 31st, I approached Colonel Sazaukin in the park and spoke in English. He answered, my strength lies in my weakness. I don't know how to answer, so I explained that Wright sent me. Sazaukin panicked, turned, and walked away. Fuck. I'm reading from here. April 1st, Sazaukin and Rakov didn't show up for work. A body was found at the back of Sazaukin's house. Police on the scene. That's a ruined contact. Where will you run? West to Austria, north to Czechoslovakia, to our embassy in Prague, to Yugoslavia and Tito's protection? What about Korolkov? April 2nd, Wright has not responded to the reports submitted. Something happened. Fuck. Okay. Well, that's fascinating. Meet in Fovrum Park. Okay. We were told, I was thinking, is this photo from Fovrum Park? But we're told, identify the man in the photo at the Technical University. So I don't think that's Fovrum Park. But look at this. Colonel Sazaukin in the park. So I guess this announcement was about Colonel Sazaukin. Okay. He answered, my strength lies in my weakness. Well, we know that phrase. That phrase was given to us by Porthos. We were given two phrases. They were the Porthos passwords, I think, or they were in final reports. Now I can't remember exactly how they were presented, but one said, my weakness is my strength, and one is, silence is the last joy of the unhappy. Okay, so look at this. Colonel Sazaukin says, my strength lies in my weakness. I think we're supposed to answer, my weakness is my strength. And this is a quote from Alexandre Dumas from the Three Musketeers. So I think he was sending us, Porthos was, and that makes me think Sazaukin is Porthos or one of the other Three Musketeers. He was sending us the reply, the counter reply we're supposed to give. So when he says, my strength lies in my weakness, we say, my weakness is my strength, I think. So our guy doesn't know what to answer. So instead he says, hey, Wright sent me. Well, this Colonel Sazaukin, first of all, here's not the right answer, but in fact, maybe Colonel Sazaukin knows that Wright is a KGB spy. So it sounds like our guy, Cortazzo, who's in Budapest, was sent there by Wright, even though he was fired, like Wright was having him work for him off the books because Wright was a KGB agent. So, but our guy, it sounds like, didn't know. So it sounds like Cortazzo doesn't know that Wright is bad, or even that he was fired. It sounds like Wright went up to him afterwards and was like, you're not fired, you're staying on this mission. Or Cortazzo was fired as a cover story and the CIA still sent him to get a job here. Okay, so Sazaukin and Rakov. So we don't know who Rakov is. Rakov. So let's write him down. Sazaukin. And then we've also got Rakov. We don't know who he he is or why this guy's mentioning him. So Zaukin and Rakoff didn't show up for work. I think we're going to need to make another page here. So 401, this card says Zauskin and Rakoff work with our guy, with Cortazzo? Or is Cortazzo just saying he was observing that they didn't show up for work? We know they work together. Maybe with Cortazzo. Then he says, body was found. Body at Zauskin's house. Police on the scene. So it sounds like they're saying like they sent some guy to either arrest Colonel Zauskin or do something, and he killed him and ran. That's kind of what it sounds like, but it could be something else. Then they're saying, where is he going to run? Then he says, what about Korolkov? Are these our three musketeers? Zauskin, Rakov, and Korolkov? That name does not ring a bell, Korolkov. I can't remember if we've seen it before. I don't think so. Then he's saying, let me just underline here. Korolkov, Rakov, Zauskin. Maybe they're all working in this Albatross building. Okay, then he says, Wright hasn't responded to the reports something happened. Yeah, Wright was arrested. This is April 2nd. By this time, we've arrested Wright as being a KGB spy. But it looks like our guy doesn't know that. Okay, that was file 400 in his notebook. 401 is an article, and this looks like maybe it's the article, the classifieds that he used to meet up. Okay, so it's in the Magyar Hírlap. So it's file 400. So here's file 401. The Magyar Hírlap is how our Colonel Zauskin is making contact. So he puts there's two personals, two classifieds. One says AAA lonely 40-year-old woman seeking a serene man to spend her life with, doesn't drink, doesn't smoke, prefers dark-haired men, send letters to Berzinzi 20 1094 Budapest. And then, but here's the one that our guy has circled. Vaz, oh no, that's it. This is a different one. Vaz 201, car for sale, good condition, broken mirror, contact Halmy Street 63. One, okay, that one is not circled. But here's the one that's circled. Educated engineer seeking a consistent group to play chess and discuss French literature. Thursdays, Fauvum Park. Thursdays. So he goes there every Thursday at Fauvum Park. We don't know what on this message made our guy know that it was him. Maybe the consistent group to play chess and discuss French literature. One of those is some key phrase that our guy knew was a coded message to meet up. But it looks like every Thursday at Fauvum Park, he might go there. This was March 30th, a Wednesday. Let's look at our briefing here. So we actually got in our records a calendar. I think that was on mission 1. We got a calendar. Let's see this. I want to find out what day of the week these days are. So yeah, look at this. On mission 1, one of the first files we got was this calendar. Not that we couldn't have calculated this ourselves, but this was March 30th, and our mission started April 3rd. So our mission starts April 3rd is a Sunday. So if Porthos or if Zauskin is keeping to his schedule, then there are the dates of April that he'd be at the park. The 7th would be the next one for us. So if we get a chance to go there on the 7th, we might want to do that, although maybe he's fled by now. And let's keep our eye open for mentions of chess and French literature. Fauvin Park. Okay. Let's look at the next thing in the briefcase. Personal file. Konstantin Zauskin. Okay, so that looks like that was a photo of him. Oh, I see. The question is, who was the other person, maybe? Okay. Okay, Konstantin Zauskin, colonel, reports to Anton Korolkov. Okay, so now we know this is Zauskin's boss. Reports to Anton Korolkov. His foreign languages are Hungarian and German and basic English. Okay. Hungarian and German. English basic. Service record. 1955, beginning of service. 56, participation in Operation Sturmwind. We might want to keep that in mind in case that's where his other three musketeers are part of Sturmwind. So file 402 is on Zauskin. We know, we're told that Anton Korolkov is his boss. And 1956 is Operation Sturmwind, in case he met up with fellow people there. Student of Kasha Higher Military Aviation School of Pilots in Volgograd. Okay, so that might be another. These are all ways that we might tie him to people, like student of Kasha Higher Military Aviation School. Studied engineering at the Institute of Technology in Tomsk. 1976, delegated to the reconnaissance of the construction site, Cryptonym Albatross. Okay, so he's part of the Albatross team. Locations verified in Miskolc and Tatabanya. Okay, so what have we got here? We've got Albatross locations, so we're learning about a bit about some Albatross locations. Remember our mission goal, though. Our mission goal, we were told, is to identify the identity of Porthos and the other two musketeers, and then organize an evac for them and mark it somehow. Okay, so where does he live? He lives in Városligeti, Phaser 10 in Budapest. So let's just mark down his house address. I'm not going to write it down, just writing down that we know it here. Okay. Project Albatross. The Special Development Group supervises the construction of the Albatross bunkers. Time of execution, March to May 1977, so still ongoing. Location in a nuclear shelter. After the project's execution, the team will be allocated in Moscow. Okay, and here's a note. Looks like from a KGB note. Verification of Zauskin as a member of the Special Development Group has been successful. Other members of the team, General Viktor Lanernov, Major Igor Gonorov, Captain Alexander Semenov, Major Dmitry Kozlov, and General Anton Korotkov. Additional verification by the lead officer. In the team, he will cooperate with General Lanarov and General Korotkov. A significant relationship has been observed between those three. Okay. So, Lanarov, Korotkov, and Zauskin, this thing is saying these are the three. Now it's telling us maybe how they know them. Korotkov is the husband of Maria Lanarov, sister of General Lanarov. Anton Zauskin, Konstantin's father, took part in the Vienna offensive with Korotkov. Zauskin, Konstantin's father. Who's Konstantin? Took part in the Vienna offensive with Korotkov. According to the soldiers from their unit, Zauskin saved Korotkov's life when the unit was surrounded by German forces. After receiving the rank of general, Korotkov took Konstantin Zauskin on as his adjunct. Okay, Konstantin Zauskin. Okay, so Konstantin Zauskin is his name. So this looks like it's telling us that the Three Musketeers might be Konstantin Zauskin, the person that he saved the life of, who he's very close with, which is Korotkov, whose full name is Anton Korotkov. And then the third one is Lanarov, which is Victor. So, do we already now know the Three Musketeers? This says, it's not 100% clear to me how we're supposed to understand this little file. It says note Kunizikov, KGB. Member of the Special Development Group, verification, other members. So this just seems like this is background information added to the CIA report. So is this is information that the CIA has gathered? Or is this an intercepted KGB document? Either way. Okay, so we know in this photo, we know in the 401B photo that two people, one is Zauskin, but we're not sure who the other is. And I'll note that these Three Musketeers are all general, and colonel. So this sort of suggests to me that this is not one of those three. It's a civilian. Not sure though. And let's remember, I mean, this could all be a setup, although this Porthos is leaking information you wouldn't leak. Like you can leak information that's semi-valuable to make your bona fides, but you don't leak this Albatross sound system, which is super important to them. Okay, let's look at our last file here. Ooh, it's a map with lots of notations. That is serious. Wow. That's a lot of markings on that map. Holy cow. That's sort of overwhelming. All right. Well, I see a couple things. We've got 4 colors. Red, purple, and green. And there they are marked as all being in Budapest. And then some are marked, here's a purple, here's a green, here's a purple and green. It's like, this is our guy's map. So let's read the card that tells us about, contains his ciphered handwritten notes. Okay, it's got a map with some points and lines drawn on it as well as a notebook. All right, so not that useful, but his lots of coded messages. I mean, lots of coded things. Let's, this might be a good time to take, we've only been on for an hour or so, a little less than an hour maybe. But maybe we'll take our first 5-minute break. We'll just stretch. We'll make sure everything's coming through the channel okay. Duke of Zill has come in. He says, popping in to say good luck. Hope it's a thrilling finale. I look forward to watching your overall thoughts after the case. Can't wait to play it myself. Yes, I want to talk to people who've played it. I'm very curious what other people think of it. But so far, the final case is looking good. I'm looking forward to figuring out what these are. Maybe we won't take a break. Maybe we'll stay here and look at these for a second. I'm not sure you guys are going to be able to actually see any of those. I could try to put it here in the close-up camera. That's a little better. You'll still have to have a big monitor to see that small print. Okay, let's see what, if anything, we can make out of this. I mean, those 3 colors, the red, the purple, and the green, do suggest to me that it might be these 3 people. Let's look at our file on Zauskin again. And it says, okay, so let's just look at some of these locations, right? So we've got, I'm just looking at locations to see if maybe we can line up locations with where people are cited. So here are some locations we've got. The Aviation School in Volgograd, the Institute of Technology in Tomsk, locations for the Albatross in Miskolc and Tatabanya. His housing is in somewhere. And then they met up in, he saved his life in Vienna offensive. Okay, let's see if we can identify if there are any of these locations anywhere. So the marks on the map, the addresses on the map are not in code. I see Győr, Budapest, Nagasniza. Okay, so I don't see any locations here mapping to these places where this guy was. So that doesn't help us. Let's see, we've got a bunch of repeated numbers here. Like this black number ends in 40864E. 40864 or 408G4, I can't tell, but it's repeated here, here, 40864, 40864, 40864. So let's just write some notes here. This is file 403. 403 map. It's clear we're going to have to be spending some time on this map trying to figure out what this is about. I'm just going to write down some interesting information. 40864 or 408G4. 64 seems more likely. So this number in black at several locations and then we've got three colors. We've got a red, a purple, and a green. Which might be our three musketeers. Or it could be locations of albatross. So other locations of albatross were confirmed to be in Miskolc and Tatabanya. We don't have any of those locations. Oh, wait, there's Tatabanya. Okay. I don't want to write on this with my pen because I wonder if it'll look like one of these colors. And I'll make a little mark here. Okay, so Tatabanya, let's make a note here. So the albatross locations are Miskolc and Tatabanya. But also Budapest, do we think? Okay, so Tatabanya has a red underline. Okay. Where's Miskolc? There's Miskolc here. No mark. No mark. Kind of weird. What other places were red underlined? Nagaseniza, Vac Gior, this little place. All right. Well, each of our people has a code here. So I'm gonna have to bring this closer to me so I can see it here. The red code person is, wow, that's hard to read. It looks like it might be D-O. Maybe we're gonna have to have a different place for this. This is tricky. All right. I'm going to write down at these codes here. Let's continue with our 403. 403 map continued. So the red mark looks like it's very hard to tell if that's a D or a B. They are letters though. Alright, let's just write these down as best as we can. DOP DJ4P DJ4P, and then purple, I'll skip some space here. Purple is QEE9EGWJ. This one is easier to read. This one we'll put a question mark in case some of those letters are wrong. And then the green is T4J45W0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 letters in the bottom and the top one, but then a lot more letters in this one. They're not going to scramble. They're letters and numbers, but they could decrypt. We've got our code book here that we could try to decipher some stuff down. Could try playing with some of this. 40864, 40864, 40864. That's weird, right? Like, why is that repeated so much? Any other repeating? Q954WE4, Q95 comes up a couple times. Guess we should also write down the black one. The black one is very long. It looks like 0064 J69WP and a space 40864E. Well, there's our 40864. 40864 comes up a lot, as does Q95. All right, well, we'll have to come back to this. I guess we're probably going to be using this a bunch of times. Let's just put it up here for us for later. We could try to play with ways to decrypt this, but let's just wait on that rather than shooting in the dark. Let's wait until we get a little more information. All right, so we've read all our files in this briefcase while we're still dealing with his briefcase. Where's that card? 400 through 403. This is our mission setup. Can put that out of the way for now. All right, so that was the files. Let's finish writing down these leads we got from him that are on the back that we never finished. Okay, so one was to identify the civilian in the photo with him. 418 was check newspapers. Check newspapers for classified ads. That's if we want to meet up with him again, perhaps. And then 404 red is analyze maps. Well, I mean, that's an interesting dilemma we have now, because obviously that map is important, central, I would think, to our mission. But the question is that clue is going to 404 red like asking for help figuring out what we should be able to figure out on our own for free? Does it use up a clock tick when we should be able to figure out ourselves? So I think we'll come back to these. We're not, I mean, I want to understand that map, but let's wait, I think. Let's wait until we're sure we can't figure it out ourselves. All right, and were there leads on any of these? Not there, not there, not there, not in the map. So we didn't get any leads on the files. Just the 3 leads here and the 2 we started with. So we can inform the CIA about Cortazzo's death. That doesn't seem very appealing to me. And then we've got 3 new leads. Identify the man in the photo at Budapest University. That's not on our map. Technical University of Budapest. Where's his dossier? Karolkov is the husband of Maria Lanaroff's sister. So Karolkov and Lanaroff are arranged by marriage, and then Zauskin saved Karolkov's life. So those 3 are very tight. It would make sense that those are our 3 musketeers. It absolutely would. Who's Raykov? Raykov is mentioned in his notes. He says Zauskin and Raykov didn't show up for work. Who is Raykov? Is it possible Raykov is... He's not here. He's not in this list of Albatross people. Here we've got Lanarov, Gonorov, Semenov, Kozlov, and Karolkov. The other members of this team. And where was the park that they met up? It's in Foven Park, but presumably in Budapest. This map is of Hungary, Greater Hungary. No numbers in this classifies. 63, 115. No. I'm looking for things that might explain these numbers. I mean, they very well could just be, they could be codes that translate. Q95, right, anything that's not pure numeric can't be decrypted with our code card. So unless it's pure numeric, it's not going to be a simple conversion here. 40864 is, however, numeric. If we were to translate that, if we were to translate 40864 in some fashion, what would it be? The 4 would have to be an H. It would have to be a top singleton. But then the O would have to be an I. And then the 8 would have to be a singleton again. That would have to be an N. And then 6-4 could either be a V, if it's one thing, or we could get H-I-N, and then 6 is a blank, and 4 would be an H. Okay, so it doesn't make much sense. HINV isn't a thing, as far as we know. 40864, 40864, 40864. All the 40864s, let's show you this again. Okay. All the 40864s are little black evacs. This is again map 403. Our further notes here. So 40864 are all black evacs. It looks like evac routes. These look like these might be places to escape. Like, look, there's the 40864. There's a 40864. There's a 40864. There's a 40864. So I wonder if the 40864s aren't ways we would mark a place to evacuate these people. Like 40864 means escape, and then we would use this code to let people know where, which location. So is 40864 meaning evac? Escape, exit. Just looking to see if it might not be a way to convert that into a word. How did we translate it? H-I, 8 is N. Well, it could just be a numeric. could just be a numeric code word for that location. Okay, so those are all the evac. What is the term used in our mission? Mark the location from which the CIA must evacuate. All right. Evac. Okay, so I think that's what those blacks are. Let's just assume that that's that. So that takes care of that. Then we've got red underlines but no numbers. We've got a green circled number. A lot of Q95s. If these were our three musketeers, is he saying where they were known to be in different times? Like both of these two were in Győr. The purple guy was here. The green guy was here. All right, well, we'll come back to it. All right, let's see. Which of our leads do we want to follow next? Identify the man in the photo. Check newspapers for more classified ads. Analyze maps. Or tell the CIA about this guy's death. I mean, it seems to me like the classifieds would be nice too. If we figure out a classified, we might be able to meet with them and know one of the passphrases to use. If we do the map, are we going to be upset that we didn't figure it out ourselves? Or maybe the game is saying you need to do this to figure out the map. All right, let's do the maps. No, it's not the maps. I don't want to get the hint if we can figure it out ourselves. Let's look for more classifieds. Unless there's an objection if someone has another idea. All right, so I'm going to do this. 418 red, check the newspaper for more classifieds. Part of the reason why this is attractive to me is we know those passphrases. I want to use them. I want to meet up with someone and use it. Okay, so 418 says to check a red exposure. So let's check another one. Let's see what we've got here. Zabo Irvin Street, 1, Budapest Public Library. You hop off the tram and head toward the library. There's turmoil in the area. Across the street, a group of people are chanting anti-communist slogans and trying to prevent the Munkasorg from trespassing into a tenement. A protesting woman is dragged across the ground in a police car. A few people fight against the militia. The sidewalk is strewn with flyers advocating for the publication of the full text of Charter 77. You try to pass by inconspicuously. The library employees don't even notice as you enter. They're distracted, staring covertly at the events outside. You go to the periodicals room in the center of the library and study the newspapers of the past few days. You go through all of them one by one. A few hours later, you emerge with a few particularly distinct classified ads. Get file 418. Okay, let's get file 418 and then let's look up some of these things on the internet that we're allowed to look up. Okay, 418 is just one file. Let's see what it is here. All right. Magyar Hírlap newspaper, April 3rd. April 3rd, that's today, right? Yeah, that's today, I believe. Yep, that's today. Okay, so we've got a meetup from today and one from tomorrow. Whoa, and a new rule. Okay. Well, this is interesting. Okay. In our newspaper, April 3rd, just today, which is not a Thursday, Kirill S.OUD, so there's Saud, seeks employment as an electrical assistant, good knowledge of English, private interests, knowledge of Greek gods and mythology. Ask Victor for more details. Okay, well, we know that name. That name came up in Zauskin's file, I believe. Where was that? I know we saw that name. Where did we see Victor? General Victor Lanarov, and he's one of our three musketeers, we think. Okay, that. Okay, file 418. Kirill Saud. Says ask Victor Lanarov or Lanarov. So who is Kirill though? Like Saud is the name for that thing. Kirill could just be a fake name. Okay, but this is just someone who wants to work with us, it sounds like, but doesn't want to meet up. Okay, that's number one. Number two, an enthusiast of feasts and parties seeks company on a shared literary journey. He recommends the newest edition of the Three Musketeers in one of the public libraries. Maria's husband has already read it and may have more to say. Okay, well, this is our, that was April 3rd, which was today. April 4th. I guess if this is a personal classified from April 4th, then today must be April 4th or later. Okay, so this is Three Musketeers reference. Feasts and parties. I think this is our Porthos. And he says, Maria's husband. Now, Maria's husband from our file here is Korolkov. General Anton Korolkov. He's the one married to Maria. So the first classified is saying, ask Victor Lanarov, who's one of our people. And the second person is saying, ask Anton Korolkov, who's also one of our musketeers. Okay, so those are the two that are there. Now we've got two new leads. It says follow the lead. Let's write this down. Our leads here. Follow number 1 lead, which is 4XX red. Follow number 2 lead, which is number 4XX. And it says, players must figure out the number of the card corresponding to the clues from the classified ads. The clues to the numbers are hidden in other leads and clues from the mission. During the game, if the SAD wants to go to a specific location and hopes they might find a message there, the players must search for that card by a number and see only its number. If there's a special symbol under the zone type of the chosen card for the first and second article, the player may read the card according to the rules of the game. If there is no such symbol, it means the SAD team was mistaken and went to the wrong location. Cross out 1 space in the man in black. If you've drawn the wrong card, don't read it. Okay, so it's telling us that we're going to have to figure out for each of these 2 classified leads what card they correspond to. And then this rule is just saying, go find it, and then there should be a special symbol on the first article card and the second article card. If we don't see that symbol, then we've picked the wrong card and we have to put it back and check something. Okay. Well, so we're looking for a 2-digit number here for both of these, because we know it's 4 blank blank. And it says the clues are hidden in other leads and clues from the mission. Clues in the word hidden other leads and clues from the mission. So I guess here are 3 musketeers. Like, the first one is the classified ad that this guy found, the guy that got killed, right? And then here's another one and another one. But we should remember that our guy who was tracking this all got killed recently. So he did something wrong. And we only have 2 passphrases in our notes, not 3. Silence is the last joy of the unhappy, and my weakness is my strength. I wonder if I forgot to write one down. Surely not. All right, but getting back to this. How do we come up with numbers for each of these? He recommends the newest edition of the Three Musketeers in one of the public libraries. So lead 2 seems to be suggesting maybe like, what public library? And then the first one, knowledge of Greek gods and mythology. Ask Victor for more details. Greek gods, mythology. All right, this says that these are going to be, the answers to these are going to be found on other clues or leads. I don't think we have enough to do that yet, or at least I'm not comfortable that I know where to do it. And this is all in Budapest, so I don't see how this map helps us that much, although you could imagine that red, purple, green, that they have numbers associated with them, but it's not clear how we would get that. Okay, I think we just have to wait on this. Yikes, this one's tricky. All right. So we've got 2 more leads, but not leads we can figure out. All right, let's go back to our remaining leads. Analyze maps, identify the man in the photo at Budapest University, or inform the CIA about Cortázar's death and ask them what they want to do. That part about informing the CIA about his death is the least interesting to me, although it could always be useful. All right, I guess we have to do the map thing, analyze the maps. I sure hope it doesn't give us information that we could have figured out. 404 red, analyze maps. So now we're going to get some information about this map here. 404. Okay, exposure 1. So let's check off another red. We're halfway done with our exposures. Let's make sure we didn't miss anything. Okay. Maria Street, 19 Budapest, CIA SAD safe house. You lay the maps found in Cortázar's briefcase across the table. A map of Budapest, a road map of its surrounding areas, another of Hungary, and hand-drawn diagrams of the Albatross area. The road map of Budapest surroundings has the most notes, enciphered, unfortunately. Cortázar plotted some routes on the map using 3 colors. They probably refer to Kharkov, Zauskin, and Rakov. Okay, well that's what we guessed, except why is it saying Zauskin and Rakov work together, but why is it saying Rakov instead of one of those 3? Viktor Larinov, Anton Kharkov, and Konstantin Zauskin. Who is this Rakov? Where did we overlook something important about Rakov? Oh, we didn't look these up on the internet. I guess we have to. But this is confusing me about Rakov. This is the second time we've mentioned it, and this is saying it as if we should have known Kharkov, Zauskin, and Rakov. So this is saying, this seems to be saying that, like, of the 3 that we thought were the musketeers, Kharkov and Zauskin match up with us. But then it's saying Rakov instead of Larinov, instead of Viktor Larinov. Like, why is Rakov instead of Warnoff. Maybe that's the other person in the photo that we have to look up, but that's very confusing unless that's his nickname for Victor Warnoff. Alright, we'll have to revisit this, assuming we don't think it's a typo of some sort. Let's continue and just keep in the back of our mind this point of this Rakoff person. Where's the other? This is the second time we've seen the name Rakoff as if we should know what it is, right? Like the other time we saw it, it was again, yeah, it was our guy saying, Zauskin and Rakoff work together. I almost feel like it's a typo, Warnoff and Rakoff. But we'll have to revisit that. It says, Cortazzo plotted some routes on the map using 3 colors. They're probably refer to the 3 people, except it's Rakoff instead of Warnoff. You must decipher it. Outside the window you hear a scream, 2 gunshots, and then more screaming. You approach the window. Carefully, 2 policemen have handcuffed 3 men. Fires lay strewn about the sidewalk. Okay, and then there's a numeric puzzle, numeric cipher, and a puzzle. And we could go visit Zauskin's home. Alright, well, let's write this down. First, we've got puzzle fragment. Then we've got a decipher. Let's see what the numbers here on decipher. It's 1. I guess you guys want to see it too, huh? Decipher 120, 120, 240, 80, 320, 64, and then XXX. And we go to file XXX. Not clear if those X's are meant to be the same digit, although why not say X if it's not? So that might be a triple digit that's supposed to be the same. And then file XXX. Well, we've got a more interesting numeric thing that doesn't jump out as obvious. They're all even. All right, let's do the rest first. Got a puzzle, and then we've got a lead. Which is 405 red, which is Zauskin's apartment. All right, let's put in this puzzle, and then we'll decide what to do. We haven't seen, just want to make sure we haven't seen any errata stuff. Card, no, okay. All right, let's find this puzzle. It's a 9-letter puzzle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, this is our puzzle. Show us. So we've got 5 here. Beware, be careful, Edith. In this puzzle, there are 2 puzzles with the same number of letters. Okay. Let's see if they're both 9-letter ones. Oh, I probably just lost that. That's not that one. Yeah, this is probably the same one I just lost. So 5 and 8. And then the letters are S and S. How do you spell Zauskin? SZ, oh, sorry, you guys can't see this. Okay, so S, if this was Zauskin, it would be S, Z, where's his name? Z-A-U-S, Z-A-U-S, K-I-N, and then it would have to be S, so this would be Zauskins. I'm going to save our partial one. So it's possible that this is blank, 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 S, 1, 2, 3, 4. Although this mission seems so tricky, I feel like it could be trying to trick us. But we might guess that this is Zauskins. Z, A, U, S, O, Z, K, I, N. Doesn't need an S at the end. So Zauskin, that's surely what that is. That was easy enough. That's weird. That was weird that it would be that easy. Probably is though, right? Or unless it's a trick. Let's see what other puzzles there are. So we've got a 4-letter puzzle. And then we've got Musketeer from our campaign from before. And that's it. Okay. Alright, so we've got a decipher to do here. And this one looks a little tricky. I think this might be a good time to stretch, get something to drink, and come back fresh and try to tackle this puzzle. So let's take a 10-minute break and we'll come back. No cheating. We'll come back and we'll see where we stand. So 10-minute break. So I've got the air conditioners running while I'm taking my break. Since I've got 10 minutes, I'm just looking at this. I don't know whether, but it looks to me like it's a little bit of multiply by 1, multiply by 2, then divide by 3, multiply by 4, then divide by 5. So this could be actually a divide. 120 divided by 1 gives us 120. Multiplied by 2 gives us 240. Divided by 3, multiplied by 4, divided by 5. That's quite cute. So I know I said we were going to take a 10-minute break, but so I think what we're looking at is divide by 1, multiply by 2, divide by 3, multiply by 4, divide by 5. This is going to be multiplied by 6 then. So 6 times 64 is 360 plus 24, 384, is that right? That does not seem like, I thought we were supposed to have 400s. 6 times 6 is 36, 360 plus 24, 384. Okay. Well, let's go back to our break. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two, and we're playing the final mission from Vienna Connection, Mission 4. I tried to take a break, but I sort of came back from break early because it looks like, to me, like this numeric puzzle has a solution. I wanted to get it in before someone in the chat got it, and I didn't get credit for it. So there's our numbers: 120, 120, 240, 80, 320, 64, and then XXX. So I think what's happening here is divide by 1, multiply by 2, divide by 3, multiply by 4, divide by 5, multiply by 6. So I think that's a pattern. It's alternating divides and multiplies. So 6 times 64 is 384. It's a little troubling because that's not a 400 level file, and usually you're getting 400 level files in here. And also this isn't a triple digit thing. But this just seems so obviously like this pattern to me. So, and this isn't going to be a triplet, I think. That's the other thing that concerns me a little bit. It kind of looked like it was trying to say that this is a 3-digit number, all the same digits. I suppose the only other alternative, it wouldn't, if we're trying to find the next number in the sequence, which is what these always are, this has to be 384. I was thinking maybe it's asking for the next number, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That would be 666, but that can't be right. It's got to be 384. So I'm going to try to find file 384 and even take it out so it's in here. If this isn't here, then we have to go reconfirm the rule about when you get this wrong. I believe when you get it wrong the first time, you don't take a penalty. But if you get it wrong again, you do. So maybe the first one is free. 384, access from 404. So that was not a mistake, but it was extra tricky by giving it that number. All right, so mission 4, they're not messing around. They're trying to make things hard for us. Let's look at what this is. What is this thematically supposed to be? We're trying to decipher it. Okay. Let's see what we've got here. Oh, it's deciphered. Okay. Well, it's deciphered now. So, okay. Well, I'm sort of glad we didn't try to figure that out too hard on ourselves, because you can see we had the blacks marked. Let's put this here so you can see it better. We had guessed right that these were sort of the blacks were sort of evacs, but it's converted to route. Guess you can't see it on that, so we'll just keep it here. Oh, did I? Oh, maybe you can't see it. Okay, so the blacks translated to route. We might want to see if there's any marks on that. Like, I'm curious now. Are those like 40864? 40864 translated letter for letter to route, it looks like. So like, is this entire thing a substitution cipher? Like, sorry, I'm making it harder, but it is hard for you to see this. What I'm pointing out here is, when we did that, it translated the numbers into words, but it looks like it's letter for letter English to me. It's nice, it's bigger too. So I'm not, if it's all translated, so there doesn't seem to be much point to do the substitution cipher. But maybe we'll see something else that uses this same substitution cipher. So maybe it is worth writing it out and seeing if we're right. So let's look at this for a second. So I'm going to write out the letters of the alphabet for us here. A, B, C, D. Okay, so let's start with 40864 in encrypted, translated to route. So 4 goes to R, 0 should go to O, 8 goes to U, 6 goes to T, and E goes to 4. No, that doesn't work because we've got 2 letters going to different words. 2 numbers going to different letters. Well, let's proceed a little bit more, because it really does look to me like it's a 1-for-1. Because, like, look at this. It's hard to show. I'll just give you one example here, though. Look at this encrypted black word, right? Notice it's 2 words, and the second word is 40864 and then an extra E, right? And look at how this is translated on his map. That second word is routes with the extra E. So let's keep finishing this up. So in this case, routes in this black was the same, R-O-U-T-E, but then this second E, oh, that's weird. Then that E became an S. That is an E, right? It's not a number. Like, all of a sudden, that's very confusing. Alright, well, let's just put that E went to S here, in this case. But we should be writing it the other direction, because we're going from encrypted. This is our plain text. This is our encrypted. Okay, so plain and encrypted here says the encrypted version was an E and went to an S for routes. Okay, kernel is COLONEL. Okay, and yet it's hard to see what that letter is. O's always going to themselves, it looks like. Alright, well, D went to a C. O went to an O. P went to an L. O went to an O. J went to an N. 4 went to an E again. P should goes to an L again. Okay, so it's only this actual 4 going to route that's so weird. Maybe it's not a 4. What else could it be if it wasn't a 4? Sure looks like a 4 to me, but what if it's a 9? I'm going to put a 9 here for this R as a possibility alternative. Let's see if we can find something with an R. Okay, here's general. J-E-N-E-R-A-L. Okay, I know this is could be painful to sit through, but I think it's kind of important. So let's do this general, this green one first. So T goes to G, 4 goes to E, J goes to N, and then this is an E. E. Okay, 4 goes to E, and then 5. G-E-N-E-R. So 5 goes to R. R, and then W goes to E. Okay, there's another different thing. Oh, sorry, that's an A. So W goes to A. And then that looks like an O to me. It goes to an L, so that's another mixed. It's like there's 2 or more translations, 2 or more mappings. Q95 is airport, and then Q95, different one is air base. All right, well, it's completely translated here. Everything is translated, and it's a semi-consistent encryption. It's not a 1-for-1. It looks like there might be multiple letters for each, or he's sloppy. But if we come across another word we don't know, we might have an okay shot at decrypting it. So I'm not going to continue with this. It's too messy. But if we come across something that's written in a weird, that seems like it's encrypted, we could go back to this and figure it out by comparing these two. All right. Let's figure out who is the colonel, the assistant, and the general here. Red, purple, green. Okay, so red is the colonel. And from Zauskin's file, we know he is the colonel. And he's the only colonel. So this is Zauskin. Okay. Purple is the assistant. All right. I need to read what it says here. After receiving the rank of general, Korolkov took Zauskin on as his adjutant. Is adjutant assistant? Or is assistant someone we don't know who it is? All right, green is general. We got a bunch of generals. We've got Lanarov and Korolkov are both generals. This could be Lanarov, Korolkov. Is the assistant going to be this person here in this photo that we don't? That is this Raykov? What's the name that keeps coming up that we don't know? It's not just that it's coming up, but it's like coming up in a way that we're supposed to know who it is. Raykov. Korolkov, Zauskin, and Raykov. So it would make sense if one of these three is not. I think now. We've written down this new lead to go to his house, which he could have some files there, so it's tempting. I think what we have to do, though, is we're going to have to follow the lead that tells us who's in this photo to see if that is this person, Raykov. Because otherwise, we've got these mentions of Raykov that we don't know who it is. So let's put this in our pile here. We'll come back to it. Let's follow this lead. The identity of the man in the photo at the Technical University of Budapest, 410. Here's 410. You have to check another red exposure. Although we think Raykov might be we'll be upset if it's wrong. Okay. Let's put this so you can see it. Okay, we're at the Technical University of Budapest. You enter a large university building and pass by a frenetic throng of students and lecturers. In the reception area, you display the photo of a man from Cortazzo's briefcase and offer him 500 forints for help in identifying him. Oh, we're showing the photo. We're asking someone. On the second floor, you knock at room 203 with a steel placard reading Farkas Cornell, Mechanical Engineering Department. You hear footsteps, and a moment later, the door is opened by a man in his 50s. He has long gray hair that falls down over his shoulders, and his hand is shaking slightly on the door handle. Farkas Cornell? You ask. He's confused. You can see the fear in his eyes. Yes, who are you? You hold up a photo of him standing next to a Russian officer. His shaking hand reaches for it, and you hear him whisper, "My strength lies in my weakness." Oh, he's given us the passphrase. All right, well, we answer right back. "Silence is the last joy of the unhappy." You answer, and watch as Cornell relaxes, and suddenly, as if all tension had drained from him. "We cannot talk here. Let's meet in the park at the river in half hour," he says, then turns to his assistant and says, "They mistook me for someone else." All right, so we went to the university. Someone pointed us to Farkas Cornell. And Farkas Cornell gives us the passphrase. So let's write down, this is 410. Farkas Cornell at the university. All right, well, let's flip it over, and if it's a clue, we'll turn it back. No, it isn't. Okay. All right. Zauskin was here in 1956 when our revolution was suppressed. He was a young soldier. I was a young dissident. The events in Budapest were the last straw for Zauskin. It destroyed his faith in the system. Farkas pauses for a moment, then continues. After I was released, I went to Yugoslavia, changed my name, and completed my studies in Belgrade. Years later, I came back and reconnected with the underground movement. When Zauskin wanted to make contact with your lot, he came to me. He eyes you for a moment. I knew Jovanovic from university. It was me who advised Zauskin to give him the microfilm to take to Austria. So now we've just confirmed that Zauskin is Porthos, for sure, because that's who gave us this stuff. Zauskin was happy with that. He had his own contacts in Yugoslavia, both in the opposition and intelligence services. What was their plan? Larinov, Karolkov, and Zauskin were on the team working on Saud, which we know about. They knew it would rattle both sides of the Cold War, maybe even lead to an outbreak of World War III. They decided to risk everything, careers, lives, families, to try to pass information about Saud along with us. All right, well, no more doubt about the Three Musketeers. There they are. They're those three people that we identified from day one. This Rakov person, that must just be a typo. Although you'd think by now, if it was an errata, if it was a mistake, it would be mentioned. But let's keep going. Maybe we're wrong. Where's Zauskin now? I don't know. He didn't tell me where he planned to go. He was nervous. A man met him, but didn't know the password. That's our guy. Zauskin thought he was too exposed, especially since he had information about there being a rat in the CIA. That was Evan Wright. He tried to go underground and reach you on his own. Before he left, he gave me the password and told me to give it to you if he showed up. Cornell pulls a small envelope from his pocket. And if you want to know more about Saud and the bunkers, he told me to tell you to contact a Polish engineer, Jan Walski. Okay. So he says, contact Jan Walski, Polish engineer, for more on Saud. I mean, I think we know enough about Saud, but maybe if we have leftover time, we can get more information. It's not in our mission brief, right? Our mission brief is to just get these guys out of there. Discover the identities, mark the locations. Okay. Okay, and this also gives us file 410, which may be the passphrase, and then 2 puzzles, and then the lead to visit Walski. Which is 408 red. Could be free for all we know. Although it's red. Okay, let's do all this in order. First, let's go and get file 410, which is here. It's a single page. Oh, okay. All right. Here it is. It's some postcards. This is not a code on this thing. This is just telling us it's Vienna Connection Mission 4. Same thing here. This is just a general thing telling us this is clue 410. So it's an eagle with a sword. Like, I don't know what to make of that. What is this file supposed to represent? Before he left, he gave me the password and told me to give it to you if he showed up. If you showed up. He pulls out a small envelope. Oh, I suppose maybe it's in here, like maybe we don't have to know it. Maybe we've just got it. That's confusing. That's confusing. Don't know. Don't know if we're supposed to make sense out of this or if this is just, maybe this is the password. A Magyar Labdarugo Velogatat. Maybe that's it. All right, let's do this puzzles. All right, go to the laptop. This is going to be our puzzle about Zauskin. So 5 yellow, 6 blue, 8 red, which we already knew. It tells us the third letter is an A. And the last letter is an N. Again, completely consistent with Zauskin. So surely that is Zauskin. I think let's just do it. I'm not even in the mood for playing the normal. This is a Z, a K, and an I. I mean, unless the game has cleverly tricked us. SZAUSZKIN. I'm just going to click save here. Puzzle saved correctly. All right, so we solved that puzzle. And we could visit if we want to get more information, but I'm not inclined to do that. That puzzle solving was, oh, we've got another puzzle piece here. All right, so we saved that one. This looks like it's, this is a piece, a redundant piece of the Musketeers. Okay, the second puzzle is piece of Musketeers, which we've already solved. All right. So the weird thing there was that it looks to me like this part about referring to this person named Raykov is really just a typo for Lanarov, or we're supposed to have found that that was his nickname. Okay, but Zauskin and Raykov didn't show up for work. A body was found at the back of Zauskin's house. What about Karolkov? So if we go back to our notes, let's just confirm all this. So Zauskin is a colonel. Korolkov is the person who worked with him, and no, sorry, Lanarov has to be the person who works with him. And then he says, what about Korolkov? So Lanarov is going to be Raykov, which we suspected before, and now works with Zauskin. Does that mean he's the assistant and Korolkov's the general? I mean, if I had to guess, that would be my guess. Korolkov took Zauskin on as his adjutant. Someone's in the chat can look up his adjutant, A-D-J-U-T-A-N-T. Is that assistant or is that something else? All right. Well, and do we know anything more about these? How to find these numbers? Maria's husband. Where did we write down? Korolkov is Zauskin's boss. Korolkov is Zauskin's boss. I don't know why I think that. It's here. About Korolkov. I don't know why I've written down that he's the boss. I'm going to put a question mark. I'm a little unsure about Maria's husband. Let's just go back to this. Maria's husband is Korolkov. So in both these cases, the last statement is ask someone for more information, right? And Victor is Lanarov. And this one says Korolkov might have more to say. I'm still a little confused about, from this map, who's the assistant. Like, we've only got one colonel. That's Zauskin. We've got two generals. Then we've got assistant. The blacks are the 4 different routes. Soviet Air Base. Not that it seems to matter, like who's who. We still got this problem about Rakoff being confusing to us, but maybe we'll deal with that later. All right, let's review our leads. We can inform the CIA about Cortazzo's death and ask them what they want to do. We've already done the identification of the man in the photo, which was useful. So we've got 2 more leads that are from these classifieds that we don't know how to follow yet. Both of them will map to a 2-digit number. We can go to Zaustin's apartment. We can visit Wolski, the Polish engineer. I mean, of those, Zauskin's apartment seems most appealing to me. Let's look at our operations again. Get information on the function of the Albatross bunkers and on the Soviet engineers working in Budapest. It's very cheap. Fund the opposition, help bringing the representative of the media to Budapest. And then this cancels the effect. Oh look, here's Jan Wolski. Well, information on the function of the Albatross bunkers and on the Soviet engineers working in Budapest. That just feels like another way to get information about Jan Wolski. What information does he have? We're not... That seems like bonus information, like not relevant to our core case. All right, let's go to Zauskin's apartment because I don't know where else to go. And I just don't feel like we've got enough information to follow these classifieds. We found that very weird... We found that very weird thing. This. I don't know how to use it though. All right, let's go to Zauskin's apartment. Zauskin's apartment, 405. Well, we are almost out of places to go. That's very... Okay, well, we just got a 2 exposure. That's crazy. Wow, that's it. We've run out of reds. 2 exposure, huh? That's pretty painful. Let's read it. Oh, maybe it'll be good. As a high-ranking officer in the Red Army, Zauskin was provided an apartment on the third floor of this historic tenement. You move along the other side of the street and feel the tension of this district. News of the arrest spread quickly. People rush to their homes and stare at the ground while walking to avoid the eyes of strangers. You notice a gray Volga, plate number BP 1245, parked at the end of the street. Its two passengers are observing the street. In the window of Zauskin's apartment, you see a curtain move. Someone's inside. Through a window on the top floor, you notice another silhouette in the staircase. You pass by the tenement building and head towards the center of Budapest. Athos, heal, you hear behind you. You look back. An old lady is calling a pug who's running through the archway barking. Okay, well, it's a memory one. What a time to have a memory one. I'm tempted to not cheat here, just to sort of punish the game. I feel like it's weird. I feel like every mission has gone so well, and this one I feel like the danger of running out of time is so high. I'm tempted to sort of like peek behind the curtain of what happens when you don't have enough time. But let's try to give ourselves an out here. So, Zauskin's on the third floor. We're just remembering details here, right? It's a gray Volga, BP 1245, two passengers. Athos is the name of the dog. It's a pug. All right, let's flip it over. What was the plate number of the Volga parked on the street? Well, we know it was BP 1245. All right, so we got that right, so we don't have to discard anything. That was kind of ridiculous. B 405B is not an errata. You enter the archway, catch the pug, and hand the leash to the old lady. Beautiful dog, you say, in Russian. Yes, beautiful. Neighbors. The neighbor moved and left him for me to take care of. He's a handful. Neighbors? Yes, the Russian officer. You bend over the dog, fidgeting on the sidewalk, rub his head, and check the collar. He likes you, the woman smiles, seeing the dog lick your hand. He's a cute dog. Take care of him, you say, discreetly taking the small piece of paper hidden on the inside of the collar. Zauskin's message is ciphered. Okay. So we have a cipher. This looks like a tricky one. 2400, 600, 604, XXX, which is really just X, and then 155. Wow, that's weird. It looks like we might be here for a while. And the dog's name is Athos. I believe that's one of the Three Musketeers. Is that right? Where's my notes? I didn't write it down. Athos and Aramis. Yeah, okay. So he named his dog after the Three Musketeers. All right, well, we've got a decipher here. And it looks like this game is really trying to ramp things up a bit. What have we got? All right, let's take our time here. Well, this is a divide by 4, right? Divide by 4 to get 600. Then we've got a plus 4 to get to 604. If we divided that by 4, we get what? 151, is that right? 4, yeah, okay. So if we divided that by 4, then that would mean our x would be 151. And then if we added 4 we'd get 155, so that confirms. Okay, so let's just look at that to make sure everyone's on the same page. The pattern is divide by 4, add 4. Divide by 4, which gives us our x, which is 151, and then it's just got one more number to confirm the pattern. You add 4 to 151, you get 155. So they like doing these alternating things. Okay, so x is 151. So we get file 151, which is all the way back in the 100s. Okay, I'm sure that's right. Yeah, there's 151. All right, so here's our message from Porthos. Zauskin. Wolski will tell you about the Soud. Meet me on 7 or 1. Not clear to me if that's a 1 or a 7. I count on 15. Or 75. Come on, guys. That's not right. Is that a 7 or a 1? All right, well, I read that as a 1, even though it has no bottom thing. Meet me on 1, I count on 15. I don't know, guys. That's... Wolski will tell you about the Soud. That sounds like we have to go talk to Wolski. Meet me on 1, I count on 15. Let's look at those classified as. I'm feeling a little bit frustrated regarding not knowing when we've got enough information to solve these. So Zauskin is our Three Musketeers guy, so that's going to be his thing here. He recommends the newest edition, The Three Musketeers, in one of the public libraries. Maria's husband has already read it and may have more to say. I count on 15. Meet me on 7. I count on 15. All right, well, I'll tell you what I'd like to do. He's saying we have to talk to Wolski. So, like, I don't want to go talk to him because it seems like we already have the information about Soud. But maybe we really, he wants us to get that information. So we're going to talk to Wolski. Now, we've got a card that we can look him up, which we will do if we have to. But one of these operations says get information on the function of the Albatross bunkers and on the Soviet engineers working in Budapest. Cost 1 and we can use anything. So, and he's one of our things. So what I think we do is I think we try this first. Try this operation first. In case this is an alternate way to get Wolski. So let's do that. Let's spend one of our monies to flip this over and see if this gets us Wolski. Doesn't quite look right. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Albatross is a building complex in the suburbs of Budapest. Part of it is a nuclear shelter named Small Albatross. The Albatross is a place for the installation of a Soviet system named Soud. 2 top-ranking officers arrived in Hungary from the USSR. Anton Karolkov, 54, delegated to the Albatross and Soud, and Colonel Konstantin Zauskin, specializing in construction, also delegated to Albatross. But now look at this. Anton Karolkov has been arrested and is being interrogated by the GRU officers. Konstantin Zauskin's assistant, Kirill Raykov, is hiding in Budapest. John Wolski is Zauskin's close associate. He's an engineer from Poland supervising the construction of the Albatross bunkers. So Karolkov is arrested, and there is a real person named Raykov. Okay. So Raykov isn't Laranov. Raykov is... It's good we did this operation. Raykov is Kirill Raykov. And there's Kirill here. Kirill Soud seeks employment as electrical assistant, good knowledge of English, private interest, knowledge of Greek gods and mythology. Ask Lanarov for more details. So this is Kirill. So let's find out, how do we find him? He's hiding. This is our meetup with him. I guess maybe we talk to Wolski and get the information. Maybe. Okay, so we know the assistant now. The assistant is Kirill Raykov. Furthermore, we think that Karolkov is arrested. If that's true, and the map, we don't need this encrypted map anymore, maybe. If that's true and the map is not tracking him because he's arrested, that would mean, if that's true, that would mean we know who these 3 people are. We know the colonel is Zauskin. The assistant is Raykov. And the general can no longer be Karolkov, so it's Lanarov. And does that comport with the little thing saying nope? Oh, okay. So I thought that made sense, but now listen to this one. This is a sort of flaw in the game because it's telling you something that you assume that it's telling us something that we assume that would not be what I would assume. So look, when we find his map, the game is telling us that what we think when we see it is, oh, there's 3 colors. They probably refer to Karolkov, Zauskin, and Raykov. Well, that's not what I thought. I thought Lanarov is going to be the 3rd general. Why are we supposed to know that Lanarov is not involved in this? Because this other document, his personnel file, tells us that the 3 super close people are Lanarov, Karolkov, and Zauskin. So that's confusing to me. The general is either Lanarov or Korokov, but we know Korokov is arrested. All right, let's just write down. That's confusing. So let's write down that Operation Ornithologist tells us about Kirill Raykov hiding, and Anton Korolkov is arrested and says, talk to Jan Wolski. So we'll have something to say about this in the end, but this is a little bit of that thing where, first of all, we've not gotten any encrypted messages on this. This is this little bit of this thing, like one of our first leads we saw was to tell the CIA about this guy, Costanza Cortazzo, being killed, and I'm like, let's not do that. What's the point? Like, what if that clue could open up some stuff? Like, maybe they expected you to do that. I don't know. All right. Here's the problem. We just crossed two of these out, right? So every new one we do, the clock ticks by, some bad thing happens, and the game is almost over. We've got these two leads, which are absolutely essential to us to win the game and to work on this mission. But we don't know how to do them. And we've got two confusing things from Zauskin. Meet me on 7, I count on... Well, so here's a complaint. Like, okay, there's a puzzle here that we're supposed to figure this out. But then on top of that is this a 1 or a 7? Like, is that on purpose? Surely it's on purpose. Surely people were confused by it. So they must be deliberately making it confusing. So I shouldn't complain. It's done on purpose. If it's not done on purpose, and I'm supposed to know whether that's a 1 or a 7, then I'm not happy. But I have to assume it was done on purpose. It's supposed to be confusing. Wolski will tell you about the Saud. Meet me on 7, I count on 15. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. No, not really. And it's in the same sentence as Wolski, so it feels like we got to talk to Wolski. So these three things in one of the public libraries. Maria's husband has already read it and may have more to say. Maria's husband is Lanaroff. I mean, surely it's not talking about meet me on 7, I count on 15. Or I count on 75. Oh, sorry, it doesn't say meet, it says me on 7. Me on 7, I count on 75. Or it says me on 1, I count on 15. Sectional file 151. I don't know what I was looking at 405 about. Me on 7 or me on 1. I count on 15. It's so hard to know if we're supposed to have enough information to solve this yet. Or do we have to go to Saud first? Like all of these have this characteristic. Do we have enough information to figure out what this means, or do we have to learn more? Do we have enough information to figure out what these means, or do we have to learn more? Do we have enough information to understand what this means, or do we have to know more? Discover the identity of Porthos and the other musketeers. Okay, let's see something. Let's look at this. He says, if he's saying me on 1, I count on 15, I will point something out. There's a 1, and there's a 15 with a red line. Me on 1. He's on Route 1. I count on 15. He counts on being picked up at 15. Okay. I think that's our Zauskin telling us where to pick him up. That's the route to exit Varsovia, Vienna. Okay. Now I don't know why there's a green and a purple and a red. Does that mean they're all going that way? Or no, this guy's going this way. Like, there are other things outlined, but he's telling us he's going this way. Me on 1, I count on 15. He counts on being pulled out at 15. Okay. Alright, I feel pretty good about that. Which would mean this is the route Bratislava, Vienna. Makes sense. That means this would be taken care of. This I have no idea. Are we supposed to now know or is that 15 going to be the number we should be looking up here? Or is that totally independent of this? It feels like it's independent. Like it feels like maybe this is the assistant trying to get out. He's also telling, no, he's asking us Victor. And this is, I thought this was Zaskin. Here's Magyar, and here's Magyar, which we got from one, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9. How cool would it be if this was telling us the number is 119? Like, or sorry, not 19. 2, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. How cool would it be if this was a 29? But that's ridiculous. All right, I think because everyone's telling us to go to Wolski, I think we've got to do that. Like, I don't want to, but I think we kind of have to. John Wolski is his close associate supervising the construction. Okay, let's go do it. Let's do what it makes us do. 408 red, visit Wolski, which is going to trigger a man in black check mark, which is going to make us do something here. 408 red. Okay. 408 red, we're going to mark a thing here. We'll have to read that. Let's read this first, though, I guess. Doesn't really tell you when you're supposed to read that, but let's do this first. I sure hope there was a good reason for us to come here, because it wasn't what I really wanted to do. On the campus of the Technical University of Budapest, you enter a dormitory building closed after a recent fire. You knock on the door of room 812. My strength lies in my weakness. Silence is the last joy of the unhappy. The door is opened by engineer John Wolski, a smiling man in his 50s. Come, come, he adds in a pidgin English, and closes the door behind you. Okay. I always wanted to be a university lecturer. What do I get from a military career? On the other hand, if not from military, I do not learn what is made in albatross bunkers. I see a lot in my life, but Saud, the world does not see much computer systems yet. Wolski looks yearningly through the dusty window at the building of the civil engineering department. And you know, originally we supposed to build albatross in Tatabanya, he asks. Such beautiful city, alpine everywhere. I'm there with Zauskin 1 year ago. Look at the area, but it's not good. Too much money investment, and we find another localization. What a ripoff. Do you know where Zauskin is hiding now? I do not know. He did not tell me, but say that if he disappear, I help you get to Albatross and to destroy Saud. If you are ready, you know how to find me. Puzzle fragment. Okay. So I kind of feel like we were ripped off by that clue, but maybe it's going to be important for the end story. So this was card 408B. We didn't do 406, right? Because 406 has an errata. No, okay. 408B has a puzzle and nothing else. It's just a total worthless card, except for that. But it has the 4-letter puzzle, and it's green 8, blue 2, red 3, and tells us that the third letter is U. So if we know nothing else, we're going to guess that this says Saud, right? In fact, I'm tempted to just put it in now, but I don't want to break the rules because it could be wrong. Could be a trick. So he says, I'll help you to get to Albatross and destroy Saud. If you're ready, you know how to find me. So maybe like one of the end stories is going to be we can decide to destroy Saud. Let's not forget to enter that puzzle of Saud before we end. All right, let's do this thing. Read 444. Oh, it's file 444. Okay. File 444. Hungarian security services began to arrest the members of the opposition as well as everyone who could be involved in the musketeers' actions. Budapest is engulfed by fear. The streets are filled with the sounds of police sirens, gunshots, and screams of the arrested people. In the following phases of the game, the SAD team will be instructed to remove certain lead cards from the lead cards deck. If the SAD team has already gained an indicated lead card, nothing happens. The team managed to meet a certain person before they were arrested. If the SAD team hasn't gained this card yet, it is not available anymore. Put the card back in the game box. It is no longer a further lead. So that's it. I think we know exactly what's happening here. There's 3 more. Those are going to be our dead 3 musketeers. It's kind of crazy, but I'm going to put in... Alright, I'm not going to do it. Alright, we're kind of getting a little bit on tilt here. Alright, so we can cancel one of them with this. We can cancel one of them with this. So the first one that happens, we're going to be able to save. Let's look at the... So there's our U, which we saved. We're pretty sure that's going to be Saud. look at errata. 406B, 417. I don't have any of those. Okay. Back to puzzles. All right, let's review our remaining leads that are available to us. We can do this operation. Fund the opposition, help bring the representative of free media from Western Europe to Budapest. Is it possible that that would slow things down a bit? We can inform the CIA about Cortazzo's death. I'm not wasting time with that. If that was important, I'll just be pissed off. So 408, let's just make a note here. 408, he says it was gonna be, we were supposed to build it in Tattaviana, but he says it's not. It's not in Tattaviana. Where is it? Tatabanya. It's not in Tatabanya. Miskuk was our other one, according to our dossier. All right, and then on our map here, we think that Zauskin is telling us where he wants to be picked up. Does that mean we shouldn't try to meet him because now we already know where he is? We're ready to call in to rescue him? I'm going to have to read that again. Or maybe it's telling us... Maybe it's telling us we have to follow that lead in order to say that we're going to pick them up there. All right. And then this map, it says we're supposed to identify who the three musketeers were. This is another very confusing part. We think the three musketeers are probably those three soldiers, Lanarov, Korolkov, and Zauskin, but Korolkov got arrested, and instead on our map and tracking for escape is the assistant, Rakov. So are we to believe that these are the three musketeers, including the assistant, but not the guy that got arrested, or the guy that got arrested and not the assistant? Greek gods mythology. We went to his apartment. I'm just looking at what leads we got left. We've got the two mystery ones. We've got inform the CIA. All right, let's go back. We've got inform the CIA. Then we've got the two classified ads ones. Is that it? That's it. Inform the CIA and the two mystery ones. Really, that's it. Huh. And the operations. All right, let's make a new page here. So we think the leads left are classified 1, classified 2, inform CIA, operation release. And that's really it, huh? Well, that feels like then we have enough time to do what we need. Make sure there's nothing more in any of these. Those are classified. All right. Operation Release Informations. Propaganda. Fund the opposition. Help bring the representative free media from Western Europe to Budapest. Cost 2. I guess I'm going to do this. Journalists from France, Italy, and Great Britain, all supported by Radio Free Europe, arrive, and we've got more clues of stuff we don't need, but let's put it in. So we got a clue on the Sound, which was a yellow one and an S. I'm just going to go ahead and finish this off. If it says it's wrong, I'm going to not penalize myself. All right, so that's that. We knew that. Musketeer. You know, I haven't been paying attention to the Musketeer. I'm going to have to look at the other Musketeer because I don't know if this game cares if we get the numbers right. And this was a... There are numbers missing from Musketeers. Let's see if we had another Musketeer. I think we did. Musketeer is doesn't have a red symbol though, and we know all the rest. Okay. And no more on these, right? All right, well, we're still in the same... Where's our calendar? 7, 14, 21, 28. That doesn't help us. All right. Operational release we did, which didn't help us in the slightest, except it ate up our resources. Neon 1, I count on 15. All right. So this is awfully rough. Let's look at this map again. I like this idea of him saying he's on Highway 1. Pick him up at 15. I think this is Larinoff because the other one got arrested. We really don't have time to do anything but get these two correct before they get picked up. Players must figure out the number of the card corresponding to the clues from the classified ads. The clues to numbers are hidden in other leads and clues from the missions. If you want to go, in hopes that they might find a message there, search for that card by number and see only its number. If there is a symbol under the zone type of the chosen card, from the first and second article, player may read the card according to the rules. Looking at our past leads here to see if any of them happen to be that. Well, we've got a couple of options. One option is to do the one lead that's not a classified that we know how to look up. That's informed the CIA. This is the lead we had from the first turn of the game that we chose not to do because we thought it was not important. It was in mission setup. The only thing is that will trigger someone getting arrested. Which we could block. Request new orders. So what if that gives us more things to do? Okay. The other thing we could do is try to figure out this information. So what if what if our guy's saying 1 and 15? It's possible he's saying his is the 15. Me on 1, I count on 15. So maybe we meet him at the 15. So we could try to look up 415. Like, is this 415? Is that 415? This guy is the assistant, right? It's Kirill Raykov is his name. Okay, so if we know this is about Raykov, who's the assistant, he's purple. Okay. So is he telling us he wants to get out? Like, here's a circle purple, here's a green purple. Are the red underlines the possible albatross locations? Like, there's Tatabanya. What was the other albatross location in his personnel file? It's at a nuclear shelter, which we don't know where that is. Miskolc. Locations verified in Miskolc. Is one of the other underlined reds Miskolc? No. Alright. Well, that's an M7, so we couldn't look that up for him even if we wanted to. But are they all going here? Like, the green is circled, the purple is circled, and our guy is going here. There was something we could look up on the internet that we didn't, but it seemed like it's just for the fun of it. Charter 77. Let's look up this Charter 77 because that is a number. Okay, let's go to the internet here. Charter 77. We're in Budapest. Documents of Charter 77. This is too much. Most important dissident group. Document that announced the group's inception. Human rights. Prevent Monkesberg from trespassing. This is just Hungarian secret police. It's just flavor text. All right. I'm going to stretch and take a break. We'll take a 5-minute break and we'll come back and figure out how we want to proceed. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for 2. We're playing Mission 4 of Vienna Connection, and we're frustrated. Substantially frustrated. It seems clear that we have to do this. These two. But I can't figure out how we're supposed to know these numbers. Private interest, knowledge of Greek gods and mythology. Ask Lanarov for more details. I don't know what that means, ask Lanarov for more details. We don't have that. We don't have that person. How are we supposed to ask him for details? I was just looking at the map to see if there are any locations that are Greek gods, but I don't see any. And then this one says, recommends one of the newest edition of Three Musketeers in the public library. And Karlkov might have more to say. The guy who's been arrested. Huh. Even if he wasn't arrested, we don't know where to find him. Then this says, if you want to go to a specific location in hopes they might find a message there. So we're hoping to find messages at these locations. Nope, don't know. Alright, well, maybe we're being too hard. It says they're going to, as we check off these boxes here, they're going to get rid of lead cards. Maybe they won't be killing people. Maybe they'll just be making it harder for us to find people. So maybe it's not the end of the world. Alright. I don't know where to look. I want to do one, I'm going to do one little peek. I'm just going to look at back of 29, 429, and see if this is a 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm just going to look at 429. Okay, there's no 429. So that's not that. Let's look at the rule book about the punishment. It's a little weird about how I remember something about I want to find the part about how you can look up something and if you don't find it, you don't get penalized till you try again. That's my memory. If you decipher the file number incorrectly and try to draw the wrong file, you may try again with a different answer. If you are wrong again, then you must cross out a space. So that's looks like it might be specifically for the deciphers, or is it a general concept? Not 100% clear. All right, I think what we'll do is we'll go back to the one lead that maybe we should have followed early on. And try not to worry psychologically about these things. So let's inform the CIA. It's 402 red. So 402. 402 red. Exposure +1, which makes us cross this out. Cortaz is dead, shot in his apartment, you report to Catherine Miller, calling from an emergency satellite phone. Copy that. Contact in 2 hours. Remember that diamonds are forever. Flip this over. All right, so it's further leads. So if we had known that this was going to have more leads and stuff, we would have done it early so we had options. But we didn't because we tried to use logic to tell us whether it was worth pursuing. 2 hours later, the Diamond Restaurant, Budapest. A waiter walks up to the table, tells you that you're wanted on the phone. You thank him and approach the phone in the corner of the room. On the other end, you hear the voice of Robert Crane from Vienna. Mom talked to him again. It appears that he was receiving letters from his cousin and kept them in a separate apartment. I'll read them to you this evening. Mom wanted me to tell you she's got an old friend here where he works for the ministry, and it wouldn't hurt to pay him a visit. Mom will give you his address. Don't forget to bring him a gift. What about our mutual friends from the East? I've heard they're very busy. Let me know if you want to know more. Thanks. Tell Mom I said hello. You put down the phone, finish your dinner, and you can go back to the safe house. A few hours later, you hear the radio, then a fax. So we got our first message using this, which is kind of crazy. But maybe we would have done this. Maybe it would have been better for us to do this right in the beginning. So 402B, this is report death. All right, so we've got a code here. Remember how to do this. The 3 is on the single digits are on the top row. So that's a T, 4 is H, 5 is E, 27 is 2 row, 7 is L, 20 is A, 1 is S, 3 is T, 69 is file, the last file. The last file, okay, and let's look at what the rest of this says. 0 is I, 8 is N, 3 is T, 4 is H, 5 is E, 1 is S, 3 is T, 20 is A, 22 is C, 26 is going to be K. The last file in the stack. Alright, well that's 999, which has some errata. Really, guys? Alright. Seems like we really needed to go here early. Alright. So, file 999 has a lead. Meet with man with one ear in Paradisium. First, let's look at the errata. Errata for 999. My strength lies in weakness is the right version of the quote. All right, not important. Let's circle 999. We've done that one. All right, well, let's see what we've got here. I confirm Budapest safe house over and out. Check Anton Korolkov, Albatross employee. He met with oppositionist Ferenc Hajduk yesterday in the evening, over and out. Albatross is something more than bunkers. The Soviets are constructing machines intended for an unknown purpose there. I recommend urgent intelligence operations, over and out. Korolkov and his assistant, Kirill Rakov, left Budapest in the morning. They went west, taking the road to Győr. Well, this is exactly what we already... This is the same route out of there. But Korolkov and assistant went to Győr. Okay. Colonel Konstantin Sauskin has arrived in Budapest. I made contact with a man from the inside of the Albatross, over and out. Colonel Konstantin Sauskin, meeting in front of Budapest University, observed interlocutor unidentified, over and out. Sauskin went to Paradisium Bar, where he met with a man missing an ear. Classified ad in the Magyar Hírlap newspaper found. It looks like an attempt to make contact. I suspect Korolkov. Request permission to act. Zauskin was in Fovum Park, but not Korolkov. Despite lacking authorization, I decided to attempt contact during the greeting. The target said the line, "The weakness led to my strength." After greeting, and he panicked and ended the meeting. Zauskin didn't show up in Albatross. The base is on high alert. House empty. Police found a body. Police found a body, not Zauskin's. I have a tail. I repeat, information. We have a contact in Albatross. I can get Zauskin's files. I need more money. I repeat my request for permission to contact, over. Agent Leon Cortazzo, Code Trevorville, mission in Budapest. Repeated requests go unanswered. I am under observation. Korolkov was arrested. Zauskin and Rakov disappeared. I request a plan of evacuation. So red 415 is our new lead. And then from 402B we have leads. B, we have more leads that we have no time to do, which is 416 red. Counterintelligence report on Soviet activity. Maybe a nice broadcast to hear. And then 411 for $1, we can talk to old friend in the military. Well, we spent our $1 unwisely because it didn't seem like we had any other use for it. And we want to keep this one to keep this lead. Old friend in the ministry. I don't know how that's useful to us. Alright, so doing this, reporting the CIA got us 3 leads, but this thing itself seems pretty useless. Alright, let's read this bad thing that just happened. 446 file. Arrest in the library. Okay, so here was one of the places we were supposed to go to the library. The police have entered the building of the public library. There were arrests, but we don't know the identities of the persons detained or the reasons for the police's actions. People associated with the library believe that it could have been an attack on the student organizations that gathered to meet in the library, but all meetings were always scheduled beforehand, and the organizations themselves were legalized by the university's authorities. The police declined to comment. The library will remain closed until further notice. Those unable to return overdue materials because of recent events will not be fined. Books and other library material may be returned to the library book drop. Library employees also remind you that branches number 2 and 3 are still open for patrons. Remove card 417 from the lead deck. So I think that tells us that this one here, the newest edition of the Three Musketeers in one of the public libraries. Maria's husband has already read it and may have more to say. I think this is telling us that that would have been 417. But why now? Why would it be? We can cancel that if we spend this. And then we could look it up and have access to it. But why would it be 417? On what basis were we supposed to guess 17? Library. We have to know where the library is? I don't understand. How are we supposed to know 17 was library? Do one of these leads bring it out? The old friend from the ministry. Counterintelligence report on Soviet activity. Those don't seem like they would have anything to do with the library. What is the Panaceum? The Panaceum bar. That doesn't sound like library. What about arrests in the library? One of the public libraries. Maybe we have another way to get to that library. So there's actually, these two are going to kill these two, right? I'm inclined to block it with this and go to it with this. What's 445? It says we could block 445, 446, or 447. Did we not do that? Did we forget to do one of these? 444. I only see 444 and 446. Does that mean we didn't do 445 by accident? Yes, it does. So 445 should have come first. I wonder if I checked off too many of these. All right, let's do this one first. An engineer from Poland arrested on suspicion of espionage. Remove card 408 from the lead deck. Okay, so they arrested that guy on the first one. The first classified guy. Or Walski. Alright, so 408 goes out of the deck. I'm just going to say that... Where is 408? Oh! 408 was Jan Walski. We already saved him. We already met with him. That's why it doesn't leave the deck. So we actually dodged that bullet. Which means... Oh, so now we got a choice though. So now this one's come up, 446. Alright, so we could use this to cancel this, but then 447 would trigger. And we wouldn't be able to block it. If you had to guess game-wise, you'd probably guess that for the later one is the more important one. On the other hand, if it's these two, I'd rather do this than the assistant. But that seems like a bit of a cheat to block 417 and then look up 417 just because we blocked it. Like we have no independent reason for guessing 417. That's just ridiculous, though. Is there another way we could get that library if we don't block it? So where is the 417? Yeah. Arrest in the library. This seems to say, recommends the newest edition of the Three Musketeers in one of the public libraries. Maria's husband has already read it and may have more to say. Maybe that means Maria's husband has already read it and may have more to say. Maybe that means he's read that book, put a note in the book. Like, that's what it's telling us. Like, it doesn't help us know what number it is. but it's telling us, like, go to the library, get the book. This guy's read it, and it may have more to say. I don't think I'm going to block this one. I think we'll block the next one. Seems insane, but I'm just going to let it happen. I don't want to... Let's use our ability to block this one. Or use our money to... Actually, we could pay for this with this. And then we would have a money to talk to the friend in the ministry. And this doesn't say it has to be done right away. So, okay, so 417 comes out of the deck. Okay, so we're not going to look at it. We're just taking it out of the deck. I'm going to hide it somewhere here. Okay. But we know we can come back to it. We can cancel it with this. Doesn't say we have to cancel it right away. So let's do something else. We'll have 447 come out, and we'll decide which of these two we want to cancel. The fact that we have the dollar makes me want to talk to the old friend in the ministry. So let's do that. 411, this was on card 402B. 411, talk to the old friend from the ministry. What's the old friend part? He's receiving letters from his apartment. I'll read them to you this evening. Mom wanted me to tell you she's got an old friend here. He works for the ministry, and it wouldn't hurt to pay him a visit. Don't forget to bring him a gift. Well, that's the money. All right, well, we're going to do this. We're going to spend the extra dollar. Make sure we can still do this. Yes, we can. Okay, 411. We're doing 411. All right, 411 says... This is a CIA friend. Exposure 1, so we have to check this box. At 8:07 a.m., the envelope is placed on Jean Osvery's desk. It contains $200 and a note. Caucasian Shepherd dog missing. Every piece of information is valuable. A distressed owner will be waiting at 6 p.m. in Cafe Egg. An award awaits an honest finder. At 5:30 p.m., Janos Very leaves the ministry's building. He gets into a taxi and goes to the cafe. Half an hour later, he goes inside and sits at a table. You enter 5 minutes later, order 2 black coffees, and sit down at his table. Very is tense. His hands are shaking. You give him another U.S. $100 bill, which he quickly places into his pocket. You start a conversation with him in Russian. All right, so this is just a way we arrange the contact with him. A $200 note that we're missing a dog and told him where to meet. Okay. Alright, well. The Hungarian Security Service is subordinate to the GRU right now. Colonel Zauskin arrived in Budapest on March 27th to conduct a planned inspection of Albatross. 4 days later, on April 1st, he disappeared. He left behind the body of a KGB agent who was assigned to observe him. On April 2nd, Radio Free Europe released information on the Soviet computer system SAD. The same day after the GRU's intervention, Hungarian Secret Service began arresting everyone who had come into contact with Zauskin or Radio Free Europe. Very gets up from the table and leaves the cafe. He left his briefcase next to his chair, and inside it you find copies of interrogation reports. Okay, and then we've got a puzzle. So 411B is a puzzle, which we don't need. It's the Zauskin puzzle, but let's see if it's any more numbers to fill in. Zauskin, yes, it's a green 7. I don't know if that gets us anything by having this number. So let's fill it in anyway. I wonder if we encountered these somewhere. I guess maybe we can look through them before we solve it. And then we've got a code here. So let's decipher this code. This is our second one here. Code. Okay. Second time we've seen a code in this mission, after all due to this CIA contact. 66 is X. X is, okay, 9 is D, 5 is E, 20 is A, 3 is T, 4 is H, 29 is O, 23 is F, death of, 20 is A, 3 is T, T, O, 0 is I, 27 is L, 20 is A, Attila. Death of Attila. Death of Attila. Maybe a year. Attila is going to be another. We're allowed to look it up on the internet. It's what that shows us. This is a Three Musketeers thing, I believe. So we're allowed to look up on internet. Death of Attila. Attila the Hun. Date of death, March 453 AD. So that's going to be our 453. Alright, so we're done with that. 453 Attila. And that's file 453. 453 is 2 pages. It seemed like this mission was over, but now we've got some more stuff here. Alright, top down. Interrogation report of Ferenc Hadik, suspected of cooperation with Radio Free Europe. You know why you're here? No idea. I have an important... I don't know why this isn't something we can listen to, but no idea. I have an important interview with a football player today. Maybe you don't like football. Football. There was... Don't forget that picture he put in his note to us. Looked like football. All right. What do you know about Konstantin Zauskin? I don't know the man. Let me repeat. I don't know why I'm here, but Laszlo Kovacs is waiting for me in the radio's HQ. So let's keep this brief and let me go do my job. And let's just look up Laszlo Kovacs. We know you're working with a subversive group called Radio Free Europe. Did Zauskin contact you? Who gave you the SAUD documents? You've got some mistaken information. I work for Radio Information. I don't know Zauskin or whatever you said his name was. I know nothing about anything you've mentioned. Sound of a slap against the face and a scream. Where is Zauskin? I don't know, man. Let me out. For about 3 minutes, there are sounds of beating and yells. Where is Zauskin? And Hadik screams. When the beating stops, they're sobbing. I'm going to put this in to the recordings just in case there's an actual recording of this, even though it doesn't say there is not. Okay. Please stop beating me. I don't know Zauskin. I just know that the RFE rented a flat for him in Nagia Kaniza. That's all I know. Well, Nagia Kaniza is on our map. It's down here in the lower left. Okay, here's an interrogation report of Zauskin's driver. Officer's annotation. In the driver's car under the seat, a search revealed Konstantin Zauskin's passport and railway ticket. 4:22:77. 8:46 a.m. Line from Budapest to Nagia Kaniza. Passenger Konstantin Zauskin. How long have you worked as Zauskin's driver? Since his arrival on March 27th, I picked him up from the airport. I've been working for him every day since then. I drove him to work in the morning, picked him up in the afternoon, and drove him home. It always took more time than normal. We had to drive around the city a lot. More? What do you mean? Officers usually went home after work or to the officers' club. Zauskin, I think it was 2 days after his arrival, he wanted me to drive him to the university. I don't know what he did there. The next day I drove him to the Paradisum bar. It was a sleazy place. It looked weird. After we left the bar, he marked something on a map of Hungary in the car. During the search of your car, we found his passport and a railway ticket. Did Zauskin give it to you? Did he order you to hide them somewhere? No, I swear. I didn't know he had left anything like that in the car. I drove him to the railway station on March 31st, but he told me to wait in the car. The day Zauskin disappeared, did you see anything? I arrived to take him to work in the morning like I did every day, but the police were already at his house. I saw nothing else. Well, one more strange thing happened. The colonel, after he went to the railway station, told me to drive him out of the city to the hills. He just stood there for an hour and watched the birds. When he got back into the car, he laughed and said, I won't leave Hungary before I see that famous Turl. Okay, let's look up Turl. So this would be Hungary statue Turl. Hungary statue Turl. Okay, can you guys see that? The turtle is a mythological bird of prey, mostly depicted as a hawk or falcon in Hungarian tradition and a national symbol of Hungarians. Based on a large falcon, and the legend, it's occurring in a dream. Said that the mythic bird is the original bird of the original Hungarians. 1896, the bird dropped its sword. Well, this sounds like here's the thing he looked at. That was in his documents. All right, this might just be another clue to where he is going to go. There are 3 large turtle statues, each with a wingspan of 15 meters in Greater Hungary. The last of the 3 stands on a mountain near Tatabánya. Okay. That sounds like it's just telling us that's where he went. Alright, well, that just suggests that he's on this route. I don't think that gives us any more information. Let's look up who Laszlo Kovacs is. Laszlo Kovacs. Hungarian cinematographer. Oh wow, he did Easy Rider. So he says, I just know I'm here. Laszlo Kovacs is waiting for me. Alright. So this transcript was useless to us, except to the extent it confirmed he was heading towards where we think he's heading for this location. So totally useless, that money we just paid. All right, now we have to read 447. And this is probably the one we're going to cancel. You search for the frequency of Radio Free Europe and sit at the desk with a pencil and notepad in hand. You can see this, yes. You spend the next few hours listening to frivolous information from various radio programs, the sound of police sirens passing by your window, and the barking of a dog imitating the sirens on a balcony across the street. You leap to your feet as soon as you hear the mention of Budapest on the evening news and turn up the volume. The upstairs neighbor shouts at you to turn it down because he doesn't want to serve a stretch with you. You ignore him. The signal is weak, but you manage to catch a few words. In Budapest, in a workshop at the street, the police arrested a Soviet citizen, Kirill Rakow, assistant of General Karlkov. Work supervising Albatross. The exact reason of the arrests are unknown. And then it says to remove 409. Okay. So it tells us to remove 409. There's 409. We're not going to read it. We're just going to stick it in the pile. So 417 got removed and 409 got removed. Those are surely these things here. Why 09? We don't know. We are going to cancel one of these if we have time with this ability, but I don't know which one we should. We've got 2 more leads to do, and we've got 2 more things we can do. But that doesn't include that last one. And 1 more extra one if we want to go on easy mode, which we do. Okay. 417 and 409, and 417 has an errata for what it's worth. All right, well, we have 3 leads. Sorry, we have 5 leads we could do. No, just 4. We can meet with the owner of the bar in whatever that was. The Panopticon bar where Salzin was meeting. That's 415. Or we can go and listen to intel from the Soviets. And then we can undo one of these and do it. Okay, I'm going to tell you what my inclination is. None of these seem super compelling to me. Well, I guess we got a bigger problem in front of us, because one of these may have future leads. All right, so in that case, I think right now we use our ability to undo one of these. It seems to me that we should undo the one that's about the 3 Musketeers. Because this is the assistant, like, what does he know? So I'm not going to do this last one, which was 409. Instead, we're going to undo the effects of the previous one, which was 417. So 409 leaves the game. 417, the bookshop, we're going to keep. Okay. And it causes no exposure. So there was a way to get this, to figure this out. We didn't, which is what's causing all this trouble. We're spending this to undo that. Okay, I'd love to know what the answer to this was, how we were supposed to figure this out. The library is silent and nearly empty except for a few young people at one table. You move between the fiction stacks, look for the D's. There it is, Dumas. You take the oldest, the ugliest, and probably the least borrowed copy of the Three Musketeers. You flick through it until you find a loose piece of paper. My dearest, my heart rushes to you like D'Artagnan to Paris, but I can't get over the thought that you've never read The Three Musketeers. I checked out this book for you so you can make up for this blatant deficiency. I'll come to you soon. I hope you'll have finished reading by then. Just don't send me a railway ticket again. I've already told you I hate trains. And stop trying to persuade me to go to the restaurant where your friend from Zab works. Last time he went, he drooled over you shamelessly, almost tore him apart like the Musketeers did with the Cardinal's guards. We're not going there, but I promise, pursuant to your request, that I won't call your father Cardinal Richelieu ever again, though he deserves it. Forever yours, S.Z. Please take the letter out of the book before you return to the library. Remember, read it from cover to cover. And cover is capitalized. Take the letter out and hide it in your pocket. You examine the back wall of the shelf. There's a small crack between the two planks. A small package is stuck behind them. There's microfilm inside. You look around to make sure no one is watching. The students plot something at one of the tables, not paying attention to you at all. The librarian sleeps at the desk, bent over their notebook. You put the book back in its place and leave the library. We get two clues that we already completely know the answers to. Let's just make sure we have all the numbers. It's not on Musketeers, so we can't fill in the missing number, and we have all the numbers for Zauskin, and we have all the numbers for Soud, so totally useless. Totally useless, and he's giving us some clues about how he's going to plan his escape, but we think we already know he's going this way, unless we're understanding that wrong. I won't call your father Cardinal Richelieu ever again. Is Richelieu one of the places he could be escaping through? No, so I don't know what that's about. Alright, well, that was useless. Totally useless. But at least it didn't give us any exposure, and we don't know why it came out. Oh, there is a errata for 417. Let's look up the errata for 417. Forever yours, SZ, should be forever yours, KS. This is this thing about they seem to be confusing which of these three people is doing what thing. So that wasn't left by SZ, it was left by KS, who got caught. That's a little bizarre. All right. Or Kirill S, but what was Karolkov's full name? Where's the personnel dossier? Let's look it up. All right, and this was finished. Oh, KS, Konstantin Zauskin. Okay, sorry. So we got angry at nothing. It's just that's his initials, KS, not Z or whatever it said. Not SZ. Zauskin is... Okay, that's understandable. SZ is letters in his last name, as if they were two names, but his real first name is K. All right. So we've got two more things we can do. We saved we did this one, that one got killed. We've got two more places to go. I want to go to, of the two places, we can meet with the owner of the bar he went to, or we can get CIA, COINTEL on Soviet action. I want to go to the bar for two reasons. One, it's where our guy SZ or KS went, but also it's 415, which is 15 is where he said he'd be. So I think we do that. So we're going to go to red 415. We're almost done here with this game. Exposure +1, so we're going to check off the second to last here, although we have two more if we want to play the easy mode. Let's look at what we've got here. Paradiscan Bar, Budapest. Cigarette smoke lingers throughout the bar. Three men are arguing loudly at one of the tables, and a bartender in an off-white shirt is wiping down the counter. You ask him about a man missing an ear. You find out that he usually shows up about this time every evening. You order a glass of Belinka, don't know what it is. If someone knows, they can put it on the channel, and sit at a table near the entrance. From here, you can comfortably observe the entire bar. 10 minutes pass, and a man of average height enters the bar wearing a quilted jacket and a flat cap. His left ear is missing. The man approaches the bar. The bartender says something and points to your table. So is this going to have a clue with all those weird things? No. All right. Wow, more clues. I've heard you're looking for someone who can provide documents. I can get you anything, but it's not cheap. What do you need? A few days ago, you met with a Soviet officer. What did he want? Seeing confusion on his face, you had no, we're not from security services, but I assure you they would love to find out about your little business. So I would answer if I were you. You put a US $100 bill on the table, cover it with an empty glass, slide it over to him. The man stares at you attentively and takes the bill. Yeah, there was one here at the end of March. He wanted a Hungarian passport. I had the documents ready for him the next day, and we met in the center of Budapest for the exchange. I also gave him contact information for a customs official in Zab who works at the Hungarian-Czechoslovakian border. Hungarian. Where's our map of where Hungary is? There's Hungary. So the Hungary-Czechoslovakian border would be up here, maybe suggesting this route out. But this route goes through it too. You take a US $50 bill and put it under an ashtray. Do you remember the name? Zoltan Burka, he says, and hides the 50 in his pocket. Zalskin disappeared. Do you know where he could be right now? So, information for a customs official in Zab was Zoltan Burka. I have no idea. He asked if I could arrange an apartment outside the city, somewhere north of Budapest. I found him a place in Vak. A shoebox with a bed. Suddenly you hear cars stop out front of the bar. Nervous male voices. Laszlo jumps up from the table. Find the folks from Radio Free Europe. They should know something. He shouts, rushing from the bar. The bartender comes from behind the counter in your direction. You get up, run to the toilets, open the small window, and leap outside to safety. So the only thing that came out of 415B is new leads. But one requires us to spend money, so we're not going to be doing that. 406 red is Radio Free Europe. It's not money, it requires a journalist bottle of whiskey. So we can't go there. But we could go 414 to contact Zoltan Burka, who was the customs official in Zab who works at the Hungarian-Czechoslovakian border. All right. Well, I'm not going to take the extra turn for the easy mode, but we do have at least one more lead. Well, maybe we will. Do we want intelligence on Soviet activity, or do we want to follow up this one? I guess I want to follow up this one. The main person we want to get out is Porthos. This talks about Porthos, so let's do this. Let's do 414 red. And this wasn't any errata, was it? We did this errata. What is the card we just read? $415B. Okay, so now we're doing 414 to talk to Zoltan Burka. It's a small card with no information on it. Exposure +1, that's our last box. You sit at the desk with a phone book and browse the pages starting with B. Bacos, Balazas, Balint. Eventually you find the name, Burka, Zoltan Burka. You write down the number on a piece of paper. Throw on your coat and head for the phone booth. A few train stops from the safe house. You dial the number. After a few rings, someone picks up. Hello, Zoltan Burka speaking. The man speaks slowly and clearly. Please wait a minute. I have something to finish here. In the background, you hear the quiet scribble of pencil against paper. Okay, what do you need? You suddenly hear the sound of shattered glass, spilling liquid, and nearly inaudible muttering of Russian profanity. You put down the phone and leave the booth. Whoever was on the other side of the line, it certainly wasn't Zoltan Burka. No idea what that was about. All right. Well, we've got one more clue if we want to play in easy mode. I guess we'll do it. We've done it for the other games. We'll do it for this one. 416. This is the early thing about Russian intel. I said I wasn't going to do it, but then I didn't anyway. 416. That's crazy that this has got stuff. Okay. And this has got leads we would love to be able to follow. But it's exposure +1. That ends the game for sure. Let's read what it says. You hear screams from the floor above. A woman is arguing with a man. The noise includes the shattering of glass and crying. It almost drowns out the sound of documents emerging from the fax machine. Adam Wanter's team in Vienna has sent a report with a transcript, translations of the previous reports, and the KGB's correspondence between Budapest and Moscow. So it's another encrypted message. 416. So 23 is F, 0 is I, 61 is R, 1 is S, 3 is T, 69 is file, 0 is I, 8 is in, 3 is T, H, E, 1 is S. It's going to be in the stack. First file in the stack. And we got some numbers for musketeers. All right, well, let's look at what's the first file in the stack. It's going to be this one here, right? First file in the stack. That's a little confusing. Did I move anything out of order? These are all in order, so that would mean 50 would be the first one. I don't know why these are out of order. Whoa. This says file 3 of 3. So we didn't pull this one out. This is the one where Stefan Blom was killed. It's just a little bit of flavor text that we forgot to read when we forgot to pull this file, this page of the file. So it's not important, but it's just a little flavor text about when Stefan Blom was killed during that operation. Thank God it wasn't important. Okay, so, okay, this says 50 was supposed to come from 416, which is what we're on. We are reading 416, so we're reading 416, card 416, and that this says this came from 416. Okay, so, all right, it's something to listen to. Okay, sort of on tilt from this mission, but I guess we should follow through and do this. All right. 416. Sorry, it's not 416, it's 50.
В Альбатросе проблема.
Говорите.
Полковник Шаушкин не пришел на работу. Его тень в морозилке. Его квартира пуста.
Связан с Одиссеем?
Одиссей раскрыт 3 марта. Ему удалось сообщить, кого он сюда отправил. Ведем наблюдение. Активность низкая. Скорее всего, не связана.
Как много Шаушкин знает о Саут?
Вообще все. Он из команды Королькова.
Код красный.
Подтверждаю, код красный.
Какова ситуация?
Корольков у нас. Венгры сотрудничают. Все, кто общались с Шаушкиным, попались в сеть. Допросы вечером. Квартира под постоянным наблюдением.
Шаушкин?
Пропал без следа.
Ваше предположение?
Одно из 3. Он попытается добраться до Чехословакии или до Югославии. Или может рискнуть прорваться в Вену.
Держите в курсе.
Принято. Конец связи.
Докладывайте.
Шаушкина пока не выследили. Отправили отчеты по допросу Королькова и других задержанных.
Мы задержали Ланарного. Ищите дальше.
Как это случилось?
Они планировали это с прошлого года. Первая передача данных американцам состоялась в январе. Они называют себя мушкетерами. Шаушкин, Корольков, Ланарнов.
Американцы получили СОУ?
Пока не доберемся до Шаушкина, не узнаем.
Okay. So, pretty cool to hear the Russians talking about their operation being exposed. Let's go over this and just sum up what's important here. So, Zauskin didn't show up. Is he linked to Odysseus, which is the Russian key name for this Ethan Wright, I guess, I think. He communicated who he sent here under observation, low activity, probably not linked. This is where they kill that guy that started our case today. Zauskin knows everything. He belongs to Korolkov team. Then they're saying they arrested Korolkov. They're saying he could get out these different ways. Then they arrested Lanarov. So it looks like we couldn't have stopped the arrest of the other 2. Korolkov and Lanarov both got arrested. They're saying they've been planning this since last year. They call themselves the Musketeers. So Zauskin, Korolkov, and Lanarov. Did they get Saud? We won't know until we get Zauskin. So Saud is a little deeper than we thought. All right. And now we've got new leads, which we have no time to follow. We've got a puzzle and 2 new leads, which might be just fun to think about. We could have followed these. Korolkov's transcript and 403 is Lanarov's transcript. Lanarov's. I mean, it would be fun to listen to those, but probably not that important. Okay, and then it does give us some Musketeers number, which maybe we'll get lucky and we'll finish off our numbers. So does it give us blue and red? Yes, it does. It says blue 8 and red 2. So we can save that. All right, so we've got all 3 puzzles at least finished, including the numbers, which we don't know if it matters. The numbers. Okay. So we're done. We're out of time. Let's take a 5-minute break, put the air conditioner on, get something to drink. We'll come back, we'll sum up the case, and we'll do the final report. Oh, look, we've got 2 new people in the channel. Jesse, this is not my jam, but wanted to wish you a thank you. And Anna Maria Kovacs, if I remember correctly, has played these missions and made a comment about one of our other playthroughs, mission 2, and said she might want to stop by to see one of these. It looks like you've come down. He wants to see the statue in Tatabanya. Yes, the letter in the book told you at least don't go to the bar. Oh, did it? Palinka is a drink like whiskey, but it's made from fruit. Okay, so we're going to take a 5-minute break. It's nice to have people in the channel with me. I got on tilt at the end of this mission, and I'm still not happy about lots of this. But long time ago, we thought we got the message from him from how he's getting out, and I have not paid that much attention to the rest of it since then. So let's take a 5-minute break. Then we'll come back, sum up our theory of the case, and then do the final report. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We are just finishing up Mission 4 of Vienna Connection, the final mission. It's been about 5 hours. This is actually the shortest mission we've played, and by a very wide margin, the most frustrating. And we've got Anna Maria in the chat. Have you finished this mission, Anna Maria? Don't say anything yet. I just want to know if you've played this yet, because we'll stick around after the final report and talk about it a little bit if you have. I assume you have if you're watching this. All right, well, let's sum up what we know and then do the final report. We were sent in to discover the identities of Porthos and the other musketeers, and then mark the location from which the CIA must evacuate Porthos. It says mark the location, but I guess it means arrange it or know where it is. Despite some initial confusion about the assistant, we identified the three musketeers pretty early, and then that got confirmed very clearly who the three were. They're all tight friends related by family and marriage, with the main guy, Porthos, being Sauzinski. What is his full name? Where do we have it? Zauskin it was. Konstanty Zauskin was Porthos, our main guy. And then one of them got arrested early on. And then the other one, actually, we just found out near the end of the mission that he also got arrested. So Konstanty Zauskin is our guy Porthos. He's still on the run and safe. Anton Korolkov got arrested early, and then Viktor Lanarov got arrested by the Soviets, we just found out from transcript. Then there was an assistant who was also planning this, who we had a chance to rescue, I think, and didn't, because we could not figure out those classified ads to find him. We found one of them. We actually didn't find either of them, but we used our ability to undo the effective one and saw it that way. And then quite a while ago, we got this file. It says access from 405. So let's look at this for a second. So we identified the three musketeers, and then our next step was sort of figuring out where they were going to escape to, and then figuring out a little bit more about the Saud project, which we thought we understood, but maybe it goes a little deeper. So here was the card that gave us this. Zauskin had an apartment. We snuck into his apartment. We took 2 exposure, which was terrible. His dog, he really liked the Three Musketeers book because his dog he named Athos had a secret message in its collar. And the message had a fun decipher, and it gave us this. Okay, so this was the key piece of paper. This said, Walski will tell you about the Saud. And we did find Walski at the university, and he said, I'm ready to help you destroy Saud. Okay, Anna Maria says, least favorite. I'm not going to read anything more. That's all I need to hear. We'll talk about it if you can stay around. Anna Maria, we'll talk about it after we get our final report. Okay, but this sheet here seems like it was the key one. It took us a while. This was actually the only sort of fun part about this mission, if it's true, that we took this to mean that he was telling us which of these exit routes, of the possible ways for him to get out of Hungary. It looked to me like he's saying he's on one, which we got further confirmation when that statue of the bird was on this route near Tatabánya. And then it says, he's on 1, I count on 15, and here's 15, which looks like the way out, although now I see this is 15, which you could take out this way too. Now that's troublesome. So I think it's definitely true that he's telling us I count on 15. I count on 15. Bratislava count. Well, I took it to mean that he's escaping from here, this way. But I suppose you could imagine him going down this way too. Anyway, my gut is telling me he's going this way, and I sort of stopped paying a little bit of attention once we got this, except trying to get the other people, but they were all arrested or we couldn't find them. So I guess before I say, this says either he tries to get to Czechoslovakia or Yugoslavia or beating his way to Vienna, which I think is what he's doing. But if he goes down this way, he's going to Yugoslavia. All right, I guess we should read, before we finish it up, we should read his letter and see if there's any more clue about, if we pay attention to it. Remember to read it cover to cover. Let's take a look at this. This is the last thing we're going to do before we submit our final report. I just want to see if, like, I know he went on 1 to 15, so I think he's going up through here, but let's just look for, make sure there's no clue telling us he's coming down this way. I hate trains. Stop trying to persuade me to go to the restaurant where your friend from Zab works. Zab, is that Yugoslavia? Don't know. Pursuant to your request that I won't call your father Cardinal Richelieu ever again, though he deserves it. Don't know what that means. Read it from cover to cover. Don't know what that means either. And the puzzles were just his name and Saud. Okay, so I don't know if there's a way that we should know this one or this one. I'm just going to assume it's 15 straight up through Vienna. All right, so I think we're going to submit our final report. There were some real problems with this mission, but let's go to the final report and see how if it can pull a rabbit out of the hat and make us happy with this when we submit our report. Okay, final report. Here we go. Can everyone see this okay? Let's full screen it. During the Lime Grasshopper operation, the SAD team unlocked the following threads. Zauskin. Thanks to the information collected by the SAD team during the Lime Grasshopper operation, it was possible to determine that the Soviet general who had been sending coded messages for the Americans since January was one of the 3 officers from the USSR. He was also the person who decided to help the USA in stopping the construction of the Saud system and preventing World War III. The man hiding behind Porthos' pseudonym was Colonel Konstanty Zauskin, who belonged to the team working on the system's development. Okay, so we got the Saud puzzle 2. Thanks to the data collected during the Lime Grasshopper operation, the SAD team identified the location of the Albatross bunkers near Budapest, where the elements of the Saud system were hidden. The SAD team got promoted and received official acknowledgement from the CIA higher-ups. Thanks to the data gained by the team, the USA Special Services were able to react in time to prevent the Eastern Bloc from gaining an advantage in the Cold War. And then because we unlocked Musketeer, After the investigation led by the SAD team, the identities of the 3 USSR citizens who called themselves the Musketeers were revealed. Anton Korolkov, Viktor Lanernov, and Konstantin Zauskin. All 3 of them had been part of the team working on the development of the SAD system. After realizing how tragic the consequences of the completion of this project might be, the Musketeers were desperately trying to pass the information about the system to the other side of the Iron Curtain. General Korolikov and General Lanernov were most likely arrested by the KGB. They were. Their fates remain unknown. Colonel Zauskin is hiding in Hungarian territory. The CIA made a decision to find and evacuate Zauskin. So here's where we're going to tell them where to find him. Well, now we got a problem. Catherine Miller makes a decision about concluding the Lime Grasshopper operation and the withdrawal of the SAD team from Budapest. The SAD team sends a final report concerning the Lime Grasshopper operation and recommends further actions for the local investigation. The SAD team recommends one of the following. Secure the safe house in Nagy Kaniza, which is this one down here. This was our backup thing. Like, what if he went on 1 and then he says, I count on 15? What if that means he went down this way? In that case, it would be Naga Kaniza. Or secure the safe house in VAC, which is here. No, we're not going to do that. Or secure the safe house in Tatabanya, which is here, which is where the bird was. So this is really troublesome because if the game had offered us this one, we would have guessed it. But this thing, me on 1, I count on 15. He's on 1 and he's going to come down on 15. I don't know why it says I count on 15. What would that mean? Almost every final report I've been unhappy with, even when we figured everything out. This is very troublesome. The only way this makes sense, I said this was the most enjoyable part, that he said this part we figured out 1 and 15. So I have to go with this one down here. I have to say he's going here. Otherwise, this is useless. And Tatabanya was like where they thought the sound was going to be, and so like having it be there seems pointless. And didn't he have a fake rail train ticket to, where was his fake rail train ticket to? Remember, they searched his car. I found him a place in Vak, a shoebox with a bed. So that's one of the choices here. If you think he's hiding here, but we don't think he's hiding here. He's just faking it. And then the Hungarian-Czechoslovakian border, which would be, if he did go up here, that was the person that they put him in contact with, Zoltan Burka. So that's leading you to believe maybe it's up here. But then if he's safe, if this guy got caught, he might have to change his plans. So we're going to guess down here. And if it's wrong, then it's because we tried to be too clever. So let's secure the safe house in Naga Kaniza and find out what happened. Are you ready? Here we go. Thanks to the data collected by the SAD team during Limegrass operation, it was possible to determine that one of Konstantin Zauskin's potential safe houses might be located in the city of Naga Kaniza. He might have been planning an escape to Yugoslavia from there, probably counting on the protection from his contacts who had connections in Joseph Tito's government. Agents headed over to precincts of the apartment rented for Zauskin by Radio Free Europe. Owners of the building claimed that the radio employee who had been staying there had been arrested and the neighborhood was being observed by the KGB. They don't know anything about any other occupant. Among the CIA's contacts in Yugoslavia, there was also no information on his whereabouts. So we were wrong. We didn't find him. Read the back of the Read Dex cover card. The Read Dex cover card. Okay. All right. So this is just a little congratulations you played the game. You write down the from and to date, and then it's got a goodbye code, which goodbye is from mission 1. So let's just get that. So no, it's not mission 1. What was it then? Goodbye is the key phrase we need. Let's see. Oh, you can't even see it here. Okay. That was dinner out. Was it mission 3? That's goodbye? Or none of them? Okay, I don't know. I'm not sure how we're supposed to read this, but it's the end of the game. Goodbye, 4269. Well, one of these we're supposed to use. So here's the card here. Goodbye. That would normally be telling us to look up one of these key phrases, but here they are. At once, sir, traitor, hunt, and is the end. This could be the code that was used for the map. Well, is the end could be goodbye, so maybe we look up, let's try this. 4 is H, 2 is blank. Okay, well, I don't know, but we don't really have time to spend an hour doing it, so we will just talk a little bit about how goodbye is in the rule book, says Anna Marina. Okay, let's Anna Maria. All right, let's see. Goodbye is in the rule book. Is it a sample? Is that what it is? Is it in the example of how you decipher? Yes, it is. Okay. Clever. Okay, so it's in the sample where it's teaching you how to decode. All right. And can you guys see it there? So it's here. All right, let's decode goodbye. 4 is B, 2 is O, 69 is box, 0 is G, 64 is U, 29 is box gun, 6 is E, 29 is N, 0 is G, 61 is R, 20 is A, 65 is V, 24 is I, 29 is N, 0 is G. Box gun engraving. Box gun engraving. Okay, so if we look at the box and an engraving on a gun, is it the back of the box? Box gun engraving. Box gun engraving. Where's the bottom of this box? All right, so here's the box. There's an engraving on the gun. It looks like it says 5707. Is that what it says? Or it's going to be file 707. Okay, so it says file 707. That's cute. That's cute. All right, let's look at file 707. So it's a little extra information. Evan Wright, the former U.S. ambassador in Vienna, confessed all. This is like a epilogue. Confessed to all the accusations. Why is it not put in picture? I've lost the ability to change. Hold on, bear with me here. All right, I may have to stay on this. It doesn't want to do that picture-in-picture anymore. Okay, so this is a little epilogue. So Evan Wright, former U.S. ambassador in Vienna, confessed to all accusations, including the cooperation with KGB, was transported to Washington on September 4th, 1978. On his way back to the court, Wright collapsed in the car. He was taken to a hospital where he died the same day. Official cause was heart failure. Finn Taylor, after the end of his convalescence in the U.S., he returned to Europe and married the Yugoslavian Katja Marek. In 1980, their son, Tomislav, was born. After Joseph Tito's death, Taylor went back to the U.S. with his family and started working in the CIA headquarters. After he retired, he became an author of many best-selling spy novels. Jan Wolski, the engineer's dream of an academic career, came true. He returned to Poland, completed his PhD studies he had abandoned years earlier at Warsaw University of Technology, and in 1998 he became a professor. For 7 years in a row, he was placed first in the ranking of the university's most popular professors. Maria Einholz was released on good behavior after 15 years in prison. 2 years later, she wrote her autobiography, and it became an unexpected bestseller in Germany. She died from cancer in 2010, but in the following years, her fans came up with various conspiracy theories concerning her death. In 2012, a semi-documentary series about her life was created entitled The Right Hand. Adam Launter was the leader of the Vienna delegation until 1980, when he was offered a management position in the CIA Director of Operations. He accompanied Ronald Reagan as an advisor during his trips to West Germany in 1982 and 1985. In 1987, the president offered him the position of Secretary of Defense, but Launter refused. He wanted to continue working for the CIA. Are these true, you think? There's more than one 707, I see. Thank you for catching that. Yes, you're right. There are. I got the last one. Oh boy, it's a whole thing. All right. Okay, well, I guess we got to do this. And this doesn't work anymore. Okay. Hold on, just give me 1 second here. I'll try to get this working again. Okay, it's not going to do it. I'll have to just read it top down. Okay, so, wow, Anna Maria is saving me for this last part. Okay, let's see. Saud really existed. Oh, this is some, I guess all of these are little true stuff. Saud really existed. System of joint acquisition of enemy data. Integrated system of collecting, processing, and exchanging data between the intelligence agencies of the communist bloc countries. It reached its full operational potential in 1979. After the fall of the Iron Curtain, the system, or rather its base, was under custody of the Russian Federation Intelligence Agency. Konstantin Zauskin really existed, under a different name, of course, but he's still a real historical figure. He called himself Jurij, and his operational code name was Count. That's where the idea of including musketeers in Vienna Connection's plotline came from. Jurij was appalled by the devised plan of a blitzkrieg, an aggressive action against NATO with the use of nuclear weapons that would start World War III. This plan, devised in 1979, was called 7 Days to the River Rhine. His identity was revealed to the Soviets by a high-ranking KGB rat in the CIA. So lots of true stuff in this thing. He avoided arrest and fled daringly from the USSR. His fate is unknown. He was sentenced to death for treason in absentia and never reconsidered. There were several inspirations for the traitor's character, including the prominent writer Frederick Forsyth, who wrote the book version of one of my favorite movies of all time, Day of the Jackal. Amazing movie. Directed by Zinnemann. Okay, so Traitor was inspired by a couple people, including Carmine Pecorelli. He had knowledge of intelligence agencies' classified operations. Also figured on the uncovered list of members of Propaganda Do, a Freemason lodge, an illegal organization called the Italian Shadow Government. One of their members was Silvio Berlusconi. Brigitte Monhaupt was the most important figure of the so-called second generation of the RAF, the Red Army faction. Until her arrest in 1972, she was responsible for planning, logistics, and weapons supplies. After being released in 1977, she became the leader of the organization. Thanks to weapons deliveries from Turkey and the GDR, she organized more than a dozen attacks. She established cooperation with other terrorist organizations. She was arrested on November 11th, 1982, sentenced to life in prison. She was released in 2007. At the time of this game's printing, she lives in Germany under police surveillance. The brief to the first mission mentions a man named George, none other than George H.W. Bush. He was director of the CIA. He was fired in 1977 when Carter took over. We know all that. Julina Ruzicka is a combination of many artists, athletes, and ordinary people who sometimes use desperate methods to flee the communist countries. The opera singer was an inspiration, was Gertruda Munitik, an artist, opera singer, movie star. The player's character supervisor, Catherine Miller, is also a real person linked to the American intelligence services. After Director Bush left, she was accused in the wake of an internal investigation of abusing her authority and defrauding financial resources. Miller was suspended and denied involvement in any other operations. She's one of the few women who received this remarkable decoration. She died in 2018 due to serious disease. Her daughter, Sharon Miller, works at the CIA as well. What about the fictional characters? Arthur Kinwald continues to work for the CIA in 1982. Claudia Lynn, after closing the investigation about James Werner's murder, her career rocketed. In 1971, she was deputy of Austrian Prosecutor General. Antonio Barzagli, sentence was shorted. He was the Italian arms dealer. Was forced to sell the company after being released from prison. He and his wife moved to the south of Italy, where he began a new life. Okay, so we finished it. Thank you, Anna Maria, for saving me at that end from being lost. That was an exhausting mission. Maybe it didn't help that we played 3 and 4 back to back yesterday and today. But boy, was that a disappointing mission compared to the first 3. If we go to the page, I'm guessing when we click next, we're done. Yeah, we're done. Okay. So that was frustrating and very unsatisfying in a whole bunch of ways. I mean, my position in general about these kinds of games is if the journey is fun and exciting and interesting, then I forgive the ending quite a bit if it's sort of, if it doesn't live up to it. But this was a pretty unpleasant journey through this mission and a very unpleasant ending. The entire stuff about the classifieds was, it's the problem that we've talked about before, where it's not just that it may be a tricky thing to figure out, but it's set up in a way that you have no idea if you've gathered the information you need to solve it. So you're always fighting with yourself saying, should I be studying all of my documents to solve this puzzle? Or is that completely foolhardy because I haven't uncovered the lead that I need to do this? So there was that. There was, in the very beginning, we got this encrypted map, which was very exciting. And we were trying to think, how do we decrypt it? What would make sense of it? And then we decided to follow a lead, and it was like, here's the complete decryption of the map. You weren't going to be able to do it yourself. It was an impossible task if you were stupid enough to try to decrypt it. Here's the complete answer. And then there was one lead we decided not to follow, reporting about this guy's death to the CIA. So we skipped that because we have limited time, and we wasted all our time. And then at the end, we were like, well, let's do that. And then that opened up huge paths that we didn't have time to do. And this is that thing that this game system is prone to suffer from, which is that it's almost impossible to know which lead is going to bear fruit. Now, you can have fun with it by sort of trying to make a psychological decision, make a gut instinct decision, try to think it out, but in the end, it's very easy to get to a situation where a lead that seems redundant has a very important clue, and vice versa. The actual mysteries that we were charged with solving, find who the 3 musketeers were, and then mark the location, which doesn't even make sense. We were just asked to pick the location. Well, it basically gave us who the 3 musketeers were right from the start, except for the fact that it was much worse in telling us this person's name, who was the assistant, as if we should know it before we even uncovered any information about it. That was Rakoff. Like, the game was telling us, oh, you see these 3 people, you know that one of them is Rakoff, when we hadn't heard about Rakoff yet. So, and then the final thing about where his final escape was, where we got this card, me on 1, I count on 15. It wasn't even clear if that said me on 7. So it was like, is that part of the puzzle? Is it supposed to be that we can't figure out if that's the number 1 or the number 7? There were a couple of places with that. It really feels like this mission 4 was not edited and not finished. Like, the first 3 missions were great. 2 and 3 were amazing. but wow, they really just didn't care about mission 4. There's no way that was tested and polished as much as the other two were. That was a real unfortunate, disappointing way to end the game. Having said that, and the classified things, like, having said that though, as a whole, it's a great game. I mean, I almost feel like I would tell someone who buys this, like, play the first 3 missions and then just be happy with that. Like, there's enough game. It took us, well, when I played the first mission, it was like 9 hours. But if you played it yourself without speaking and doing it live and all that, you'd probably finish them all from 3 hours. What's the recommended time? 2 to 3 hours. So maybe if I played it off camera, I might play 4 hours a mission, maybe even longer. But that's still enough time to be worth it. Even 3 missions is worth it. Really disappointing in that 4th mission. But still, as a game system, outstanding. The stuff they added was pretty good. Not as good as it could be. The final missions and final stories were a little disappointing across the board. The puzzle part was a huge, real failure. Missed opportunities. 3 was the one exception, but in 4 we had the puzzles figured out, and we kept gaining more fragments that we knew the answer to already. It was just very, it was disappointing. It felt like we were wasting our time. And the whole thing with the numbers parts, like, it wasn't clear if those were important. So yeah, I'm sorry to have it end on such a down note. It really was a fantastic game for most of it. And the files, the large files, and the listening to the recordings was great. But just a little bit of a sour taste for Mission 4. Let's spend a little bit of time talking. Anna Maria seems to agree. She says, I agree. I discovered this in Detective, so I don't bother with the game part. I just follow the leads and solve the case when I'm ready. Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. I think, like, I will go look at now the leads that we didn't get to read. But if I wasn't playing this on the channel for you guys, I might be inclined to advise people playing it to be like, if you're not completely confident at the end, just start reading leads. Like, treat it like a novel and read the story. The strict time limit, especially in this mission, like, it's so contrasting Mission 3 with Mission 4. Twice as much for me since you're from Budapest. Anna Maria, what did you think of Mission 3? Like, Mission 3 feels like it's the antithesis of Mission 4. Like, it was the pinnacle. You had enough time to do everything. There weren't rabbit holes you got sucked down, at least for me. I mean, you could see if a different group played it and they didn't go down, they went down certain leads, maybe they would see it better. Where did he really get off? Where did he really escape from? Would there have been a more interesting story? Did you get that part right, Anna Maria, where to pick him up? Like, that's frustrating that we spent 6 hours trying to get this guy, help him escape, and in the end, it doesn't even say anything. It's like, oh, you went there, he was never seen. Like, really? That's the best story you can give us? And I'm sure if we looked at everything, and maybe if we studied it more carefully, we could figure out where he went. But this was a reasonable theory for me. This part about where it said, me on 1, I count on 15. That seems logical that he went on 1 and then on 15. But maybe that means something completely different. I am curious what other people... I'm curious to hear what the other ending was, what the correct place to go look for him was. But that was frustrating. Like, the whole buildup for 3 missions was this Porthos person. I know we didn't complete this chain. I mean, this was a failure. Like, in Mission 3, it said, mark that you've completed one of the 2 main threads. So the other thread is getting this guy, I guess, and we didn't get him. But that's a real letdown that we spent 3 missions. This was the one guy who was the continuous thread through those all 4 missions, and we never got to talk to him. We never got resolution there. You guessed Tatabanya correctly. Okay, so he was in Tatabanya. Where the bird was that what led you there, the bird? The problem for me is I got it. I know he was going to see that bird there, but I thought from this thing that he was on the way past the bird, telling us he was going that way, and then he was going to come down on 15. So that's part. When I play Sherlock Holmes, sometimes I'm like, well, here's my theory of what happened. And even if the game and Sherlock Holmes has a different theory, I'm like, well, my theory was good. I'm happy with mine. That's good enough. In this game, you don't get the good story ending. And there were so many things that weren't clear and couldn't quite be figured out that I couldn't. My theory of where he wasn't confident. I wasn't like, this is a great theory. But none of them were good. Anna Maria, did you guess Tatabanya because of that bird? Was that the main thing, the bird, or was there more evidence that led you to be sure that he wasn't trying to escape? Is that what it was? Like, if he's in Tatabanya, it means he's not trying to escape. He's just holed up in the safe house. Maybe some more of the leads told us that he gave up trying to escape. That's weird too, though, that he didn't actually try to escape. Like, he didn't go to any of the exit routes. He just stayed in Tatabanya. I'm on route 1, plus the Turtle statue was Tatabanya. I'm on 1, I count on 15. Maybe that's it. Maybe the count on 15 is saying he counts on being able to make a deal with that border guard to get out from 15, and we're supposed to have figured out that when the border guard got compromised, he wasn't going to try to leave. But, well, that's frustrating. That is really unfair if you ask me. Anna Maria, what was your favorite case? What was your favorite mission? For me, it was 2 or 3, but I think 3 was the most satisfying overall, although I loved listening to the different recordings on 2. Turtle statue was Tatabanya, yeah. I read that statue as being like an alternate way to get this information about being on 1. So when I read it, I was like, okay, that's the redundant information that he headed this way. And I treated this page like the jackpot. Like, this was the thing telling us about 1 and also telling us that he was headed for 15. But if they didn't want us to make that leap, then they shouldn't have made 15 be both of these exits. That was a very weird thing. That's another. I'll just give you. This is a very similar to the flaw in this game about the flaw in this game that happened twice in this mission. Twice in this mission, the game told us we knew stuff that we shouldn't, that we really as players didn't know. Like, the first thing was like, told us that the 3 people on the map were his assistant that we hadn't even, Raykov, that we hadn't learned his name of. The next part was in the final report. The final report was like, which of these 3 places do you want to go? And didn't give the one that I thought the clues most likely pointed to. So then I was like, well, then it has to be down here if this 15, like, that's worse than having the proper one. At least if this one was here, I could have picked that one and been like, that's my guess. That was a very weird thing. We had to pick him up from the safe house, yeah. I love 2 and 3 the most and 4 the least. Yes, I agree completely. Between 2 and 3, do you think you have a favorite? I think for me it was 3. It was 3 for me for the reasons I talked about 3, because I didn't figure out who Traitor was until the second half, and then that was very satisfying to figure out who it was. Anyone else have any comments? If there's anyone else in the chat, there probably isn't. What do you think? I'd like to hear more from Anna Maria about not only which of the 2 and 3 you liked best, but what was your overall thoughts on the game? So I will do a review of this. I will post a review of this in the next week or so. just sort of summarizing feelings about the game. But I'd love to hear what you thought about the game in general. It was a unique experience, and I do appreciate all the changes. So for me, it's still a win. I would still recommend it, but wow, would I recommend setting expectations is important for a game like this. And when I recommend this now, it's going to be, I'm going to tell someone it's a great game, play missions 1 through 3, enjoy them, and then you're not going to like mission 4. It's going to be a very unpleasant end. Zachary Brown is here. He says he just tuned in for the final discussion. Well, Anna Maria and I are talking about how we were not happy with this mission. I was on tilt. I was getting very frustrated. Anna Maria, did you figure out how to access the classified? Did you figure out what numbers were correct for those? There are certain puzzles in these games that if I was playing it off the channel, I would stop, take a break, eat some snacks, eat some dinner, go on a walk, and take as much time as I needed to figure out. So I'm hesitant to blame the game for those puzzles at this point without knowing, just because I can't give them the attention that they need when I play it live. In 2, there were lots of articles, yeah. Okay, good. So you like 2 best and I like 3 best, but it was close. I loved hearing the recordings. What about the classifieds, Anna Maria? Did you figure out how to access the numbers of the classifieds to get those cards? It also doesn't help that it's like 95 degrees in this room. And my little controller stopped working. I wasn't so thrilled about that. It's a good lesson. Maybe it overheated. I sort of count on this to not stop working. If it happened in the middle of a different live stream, there'd be trouble. Anna Maria, are you still there? Did you figure out the classifieds numbers? It was a cool idea. Like, it was interesting, this mechanic of reading these things as time went on. It definitely put some real pressure. But this one here, where we had to figure out these 2, I mean, I was getting burned out by this mission. So one of the things that happens when you start to get burned out and you start to not trust the designer, which happens in these games, you play some of these cases, whether it's a Sherlock Holmes case or happened quite a bit in Detective Modern Crime board game, where you start to lose trust in the designer to make all these moving parts work and make them logical. And a bad thing happens when you lose trust in the designer of one of these cases that things will be logical, which is you don't spend as much time working on the problems and the puzzles as you otherwise would, because you feel like it may be a waste of your time, that there may not be a logical reason or a logical way to figure this thing out. And that's a real danger with this system. With Sherlock Holmes, you can, if you have time to do everything, then you know, if I sit here and think this out, I'll have enough time to uncover the leads. But in this game and Detective, you always have to have in the back of your mind, oh, I just didn't have time to unlock the lead that would let me solve this puzzle. And there were quite a few cases, quite a few situations in this case in particular, where it tells you explicitly, oh, you're not going to be able to solve this from what you have yet. You're going to have to find enough leads to be able to solve this. And maybe you didn't go down those leads. So yeah, real missed opportunities. I thought that map was going to be better. Anna Maria says she did figure out the classifieds, but just do what you want. You mean you just read cards or didn't? Do you not keep track of the time carefully? Like, do you not force yourself to end the game? Do you allow yourself to look at more leads? Like, I'd be inclined to advise someone to do that if the game was more enjoyable for them. It's hard to know. We mostly had time on this mission to do things, but it seems like we did them in a bad order. And that meant we got really frustrated and burned out. Before I do the review, so I'll post a review in a week or so. But before I post the review, I'll read through the files that we didn't see in the card. So here's the stack of cards. Where's the stack of cards we didn't see? What did I do with them? Here, I guess this is the stack of cards we haven't seen yet. So quite a few that we never got to see. And files. Yeah, a reasonable stack. Anna Maria says she liked the game overall even more than Detective. I like the physical files. Yeah, having those big physical files to look through is so satisfying. I mean, that was for sure the real win of this game. And I liked the doing away with the travel stuff that felt unnecessary. I liked that wasn't here. And the dig deeper where you had to make the decision right away. Those are all welcome things to get rid of and streamline. And I liked how the different missions changed up the rules a little bit. And I thought the idea of not having a solution quiz was brilliant, brave, however you want to say it. I thought it was a brilliant idea to have you unlock different narrative stories. But that tie-in between that and the puzzles and the actual final wrap-ups and actual final choices were mostly failures for me, letdowns. Didn't count the leads. Yeah, I think that might be a better way to play. I would say that I like it more than Detective. I certainly like these large files more than Detective having to work online. So in that case, I would say yes. Detective had a little bit of a... This didn't feel like much of a continuing story. Like, it was a continuing story, but there was very little that carried over from one mission to the next. At least that's what it felt like to me. Like, it wasn't that important that you remembered anything in the past case. Whereas Detective felt a little bit more like a campaign to me. I do hope they make more of these. I do hope Ignacy makes more of these. And I hope they budget enough time to make the final mission better. Feels like it was a little rushed out the door. Any other thoughts? Anyone else out there? We had the designers come in during mission 1. And I don't want to put them on the spot if they're watching the chat in the background for mission 4. It's hard to make a campaign work. It's a big ask to make it all the pieces fall into place, all the puzzles line up, and have it actually mysteries that have to be solved. But it was weird that by the time we got to this case, like the 3 puzzles were like, from the first lead of the case, we knew what they were. Musketeers was obvious. We solved that like 2 cases ago. The guy's name was trivial, and Sound was trivial. So yeah. All right, we'll just relax for a couple minutes, and if anyone has any more comments. I'd love to hear more. Anna Maria, have you played all of the detective? Did you play the LA story? Is it LA Crimes or LA Story? I played it. I just can't remember what its name, which I thought was pretty good. Maybe not better. And have you played Detective Season 1? The ending's always a little disappointing. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. And I think you have to give a little bit of leeway there, a little bit of understanding. That's very hard to make the ending live up to the experience. It's like the twist at the end of a movie. It's hard to pull that off and make that as good as the rest of it. So I agree with you. Yeah, Zach says the designers are looking at each other saying, oh no, they noticed. Yeah, I suspect they know. I suspect they know that Mission 4 did not quite live up to its promises of the other missions. But boy, Mission 3 was good, and so was Mission 2. Sure would be nice to... I don't need the switcher where I switch camera angles. I don't really need it to work now, but I'd like to figure out why it stopped working for the next time that this happens in the middle of a real stream. So I have to figure out what to say in the review. If you're watching this either live or on tape, we announced and scheduled a little live Q&A channel update on June 28th. That may go forward, or we may cancel and withdraw that, and we'll talk about that some other time. But if we do have it, if it stays scheduled, I'd love to have you guys and gals come and stop by during that and talk. The puzzles were a failure. The puzzles were a failure in several ways and kind of inexplicably. Like this stuff, getting all these moving parts to work in terms of mysteries and solving is very hard to do. So like when there are flaws in that, there's some understanding. But the puzzle mechanic of figuring out those letters and the numbers was like a almost total failure in every respect. There were errors with the implementation on day one. Those got fixed. It was not explained what the role of those numbers are. You're told you can guess the words when you can. So that whole mechanic of the numbers was completely unclear. Like, was that related to what the narratives told you? Even if you get the word, do you not get the narrative story if you don't find all the numbers? Which seems stupid, because then why do you care about trying to guess the solution? You might, if you don't get anything, if you guess it. And then the whole thing about guessing the words was intriguing. It was like, oh, maybe I can figure them out. But they turned out to be like 95%. The words were just words mentioned in the various missions. And as soon as you got a couple of them, you just looked around for a word that fit. Or they were giving away the whole game by telling you the name of the guy, telling you the answer to the mystery you're trying to solve, so that you didn't even have to figure out the mystery because you got this. And they were obvious most of the time much earlier than they should have been. That's just a total failure, that puzzle mechanic. Mechanically a failure, and game-wise, mystery-wise, a failure. And I said this before yesterday, but the initiative has a similar kind of mechanic where you're unfolding parts of a message, trying to figure it out, that really works. And it might be nice for them to take a look at that, maybe make that puzzle mechanic more of a robust, interesting mystery to solve rather than this mechanical weirdness. You liked Dig Deeper best. That is fascinating. It's the one I haven't played. I heard bad things about it. That's the Rob Daviau expansion, and I have really developed a kind of unhealthy apprehension about what Rob Daviau works on, because Pandemic, Legacy 1 and 2 are my favorite games of all time. And those are Matt Leacock and Rob Daviau. Rob Daviau being responsible for the legacy elements. So I started walking into these games thinking like, Matt Leacock, Rob Daviau are geniuses, right? Leacock designs Pandemic base games, which are my favorite games ever. Amazing design. And then Rob Daviau helped create Pandemic Legacy, which is amazing. Then Rob Daviau's name starts showing up a couple places in some games that I was really disappointed in. I thought Machikoro Legacy was one of the worst games I ever played. And I started thinking, oh, I see. Daviau is just the legacy guy, and he's just lending his name to every legacy game. And whether they're good or bad has nothing to do with Daviau. Like, it's all Leacock making the Pandemic games good, and Rob Daviau is just a neutral component. So I was suspicious about Dig Deeper, and I heard negative things about it, but maybe I'll go check it out if you liked it. Any other comments? Zach says, how did the disappointments of 4 compare with other mystery games that had disappointing elements? That's a very good question. Well, Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective Jack the Ripper cases were uniquely disappointing in that they were both based on real life stuff that had no solutions. And it was just a totally frustrating thing. This case 4 was a little bit of a unique frustration too. In Sherlock Holmes, most of the games, because there isn't a time limit, and in fact, most of the games except the Ignacy system, the Detective Modern Crime board games, don't have this kind of time limit. So you can sit there and say, I'm stuck, I'm at a dead end, but I know I need to stick with it and figure it out. Whereas this one was like, maybe what I needed was down this branch, and so I'm not going to waste my time. Like, it was demotivating to try to solve. The parts that needed to be solved were either easy, trivial, or given to us, and the parts that were too hard to solve were not worth putting in the time to try to solve them, because the leads that may have helped solve them we didn't have time to look at. So I would say this is pretty high up there in terms of the disappointment of a mission. But overall, still, I would rate this very highly. I would just warn people playing it, don't expect to have a good time with Mission 4. Expect Mission 4 to be a disappointment. Any other comments? Last chance. Chat comments. Anna Maria, have you played Chronicles of Crime, Detective City of Angels, the Sherlock Holmes cases? Hard to rate disappointment. I really like Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detectives, but not always like the endings there either. Best part is always following the leads and theorizing. Well, Anna Maria and I are on the same page. It is hard to get the endings right. Detective Modern Crime board game actually had the same problem, if my memory strikes me. The same problem with a campaign that petered out, too. Kind of like not enough attention has been placed on the end. It's almost like you make a movie and the director gets 80% done with making the movie, and then they're like, we ran out of money, we ran out of time, just wrap it up. Wrap up the ending to some mystery movie. It's not a good idea. Sometimes the ending is the final taste that the people have in their mouth after they play, and you should put some effort into making that ending satisfying. Like, it seems like maybe Ignacy is dropping the ball a little on the endings of these games. Maybe rushing to get them out before they're quite ready. Although 2 and 3 Mission was very polished. Favorite ice cream flavor? That's interesting that you say that, because we've been having ice cream tastings with my local friends here. And I think next up is making some homemade ice cream flavors, which I cannot reveal what I'm going to make because it's a secret, but I'll tell you about it at the live Q&A on June 28th. Anna Maria, what about Chronicles of Crime? Because too light but fun to play with non-gamers. That's interesting. Well, there's a point where we sort of disagree. I think Chronicles of Crime, figuring out those mysteries, like, that's a game that got the endings right. That those feel like more time has been spent editing and polishing, and those always feel sort of like satisfying mysteries to solve for me. I agree with you that it's not as heavy an experience trying to dive through all the information, and it's not as satisfying a narrative reading literature like experience that these other games are. But I do think Chronicles of Crime is a serious deduction mystery solving game, and feels much fewer misses. The puzzle pieces fall together in that game and make sense, and has less loose ends, less things that you're like, that was a failure, I don't buy it, than these other games. Chad has come in, one of the friends in the neighborhood that's doing the ice cream call, and I don't remember seeing Chad here before, so Chad, it's good to see you. Chad heard ice cream, and that's when he started commenting. All right. You can imagine just sitting here on these live streams and just being silent for a half hour. YouTube doesn't seem to be made for that. Like, if you think of YouTube as, especially the live streaming, as sort of evolving from the public access channels, which I've talked about, my friend Rob Burton. In New York City, the public access channels were quite popular, and there were some interesting things on there. In fact, a couple people who were on the public access channel went on to become sort of famous. Max, a sports boxing guy, and then there was some softcore pornography stuff, Robin Bird, and what's the guy who did... Was it the guy? It wasn't the guy who did... it was Goldstein, Al Goldstein. He did a magazine. Was it Screw Magazine? Okay. Anyway, we're getting off topic. But if you think of those public access channels as sort of the precursors to the YouTube live stream, and I guess the call-in radio stations even before that. But in those days, it was okay to sort of have a slow pace and just wait for, people to call in. But YouTube now is all about short content, no empty time, because people switch off. Whereas in the old days, when you just had your few radio stations or a few TV stations, you didn't have that much choice, so you would stick around a little more. Al Goldstein. You don't remember Al Goldstein, Zach? The Cthulhu stories. Do you mean Mythos Tales? Mythos Tales, which is that box right there. I played one of them on the channel, the first one. I do want to do more. Have you played any of those, Anna Maria? Mythos Tales? I'll tell you the one I might do next. Zach, can you find out what was Al Goldstein's claim to fame in the porn industry, that he had this public access channel? Was it? It wasn't Penthouse. Was it Screw magazine? What did he do? What was his thing? He was like some big lecherous heavyweight guy. Like those were the days when you didn't have to be in shape to be in that stuff. Screw magazine. Yeah, it was Screw magazine. Anyway, though, as a little kid, as a high school kid, watching those soft porn public access shows was like mind breaking. Like none of it made sense. Robin Bird would sit there naked in her little crocheted bikini tops, and it was all like a nudist show, right? People would just come in and they'd be happy about being nude and do dancing. Like there was no sex, but they were naked. And it was weird, but nowadays that's like G-rated stuff compared to what's out there nowadays. You have the map for Mythos Tales. There's a lot of errata for that map for Mythos Tales. I had to print and put a lot of stickers on. But Mythos Tales was fun. It was a fun story. I have the feeling that the caliber of the mysteries are not quite as high as the good Sherlock Holmes cases. But it's a fun setting. And I've recommended this so many times that Dave Neal should be sending me royalty checks. But Dave Neal's box, the new 2021 Baker Street Irregulars box, is so good. Like, if you haven't played those, Anna Maria, I really recommend you pick up the Baker Street Irregulars box. Now, I'll tell you which one I might hit next. I've been wanting to try that Alderstein one, which is the standalone one. And it's a little bit more modern. There's some online component, but it's a little bit like it's a little bit closer to those new style of games that you can find on Amazon now, like the Cold Case Files, or it's almost like a little bit of an exit escape room thing where you've got lots of documents. It's just a one-off mystery focusing on multimedia and files and trying to solve one case. But it looks good. And I gather there are more, but they haven't been translated into English. But I'm interested in playing that. Well, that's exactly. So Chad asks, how do these detective games compare to something like Hunt a Killer? Well, I haven't played Hunt a Killer, but that's what I was saying, the Alderstein one and the Cold Case Files. Like, if you go on Amazon, you can find lots of little one-off mystery solving things. They're Cold Case Files. And there's some real similarities, but I would say that these kinds of games, like this one and Sherlock Holmes, are much more trying to be a pure, simple system. And the Hunt a Killer and the Alderstein and some of these Cold Case Files seem to be much more focused on the novelty of physical evidence. So most of those games tend to be like, here's all these different kinds of pieces of multimedia or evidence. Like, here's a piece of cloth that came off someone's clothing, and here's the DNA report, and here's the actual coffee stirring stick that was found at the scene of the crime, and here's the vial of blood, right? I mean, Hunt a Killer has a lot of that type of stuff, and it's made more for those games. Also seem to be more focused on providing an entertaining experience for a group. maybe not a group that's willing to sit there and just talk and just focus on really digging down to having a 2-hour discussion about some tiny part of a mystery. So it feels to me that that's sort of the, it's not a hard and fast difference, but one is focused on the experience of being a not multimedia, what do you call when you have an art project that's multi-format? It's, there's a word, it's slipping my mind at the moment. What's it called? When you have a multimedia art project, but there's another word for it. Anyway, I want to try some of those hunt to killer things and some of the cold case. I have one or two of the cold case stuff from Amazon. Those seem like they're marketed as less intense deductive mystery solving, more focused on giving you a good, fun, adventurous time. Yeah. You played Hunt to Killer, Chad. What was your impression of that experience? Did you play through Hunt to Killer is a subscription thing. They have different series, and each one is a sequence, mixed media. Yeah, that's it, mixed media. Good, thanks. So this is why playing these kinds of games with more people sometimes helps, because you perseverate on one thing, you forget, you miss something that someone else can find. What did you think of Hunt to Killer? Did you play the full season? Or did you guys just play a couple of boxes? It's hard to know the delay on YouTube. Sometimes it can go up at 10 seconds. You played through one season. And what did you think of it? I think I remember that you guys didn't love it. But maybe some of you loved it and some didn't. The actual temperature in this room is 81 degrees. I just remembered I have a thermometer here. 81 degrees. 81 isn't really pleasant. Isn't a pleasant temperature. Okay. That's a weird phrase you just used, Chad. It's usually, you said, I thought it had a lot to be desired. Do you mean you thought it left a lot to be desired? Or it had a lot to be desired? It was desirable, it was good? Or it lacked in things? I wonder if there's a term for that. It's almost like a... it's hard after 7 hours. The brain is not quite operating at full speed. Okay, here's another term that's on the tip of my tongue. See if you guys can remember the term. What's the term for... it's a mixed metaphor. When you sort of combining two aphorisms, half of one, half of the other. In the Israeli show Shtisel, the father Shtisel, Shulam Shtisel, he's a rabbi, he's frequently giving sort of words of advice, little aphorisms, little sayings, and he's frequently like mixing them up in, not on purpose, but not for comedic value. It's sort of like makes you think, like maybe that way does make sense. You know, like if you combined people who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. It would be like people in glass houses, should let the water run off their back, whatever it is, combining the two. It lacked, okay, loads of flavor text that ended up not mattering to solve the crimes. It was more about the puzzles. Oh, okay. One of the theories that I loved that I came up with was that every little aphorism, if you looked at its inverse, you would get something just as fascinating. And someone, when I was in graduate school, I believe it was Harlan Harris who commented about it in his dissertation, or it was either that or about the inverse 9 ball, which was the same idea, which is you take a thing and you invert it and you look at what it means. So like that, the good example was the saying, people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. And then what happens if you make it, if you live in a glass house, you should be throwing stones? Like, just think of that philosophically. Maybe it means you should be breaking down, if you're living in a delicate house, rather than try to preserve it, you should be trying to knock down those walls. It may not always work, but it's an interesting approach to philosophy. All right, that might be a good note to end on. Thanks everyone for joining and keeping me company in the chat. I could have used your help a little earlier when the mystery was difficult, but it was still fun to hang out and talk. And I'm not going to be able to end it because my little tablet thing isn't working, but maybe I can end it this way. All right, but it was great hanging out with you. This wraps up the Vienna Connection, but I will still have my review next week or so. And let me know in the comments what narrative mystery game you'd like to see next. You could also watch the short video that we did on recommending different narrative mystery detective games. Would be a good place to start. So Anna Marie and I have been talking about a bunch of them. And in that video, it talks about like, oh, if you like this style, start here. So I've plugged a couple of the videos. Consider giving this a like, subscribing to the channel, and maybe we'll see you on June 28th. Oh, it won't even do this. I can't even turn it off. Okay. It won't. Oh, that's there. There we go. Okay, this is going to do it.